Hello and wait, what? That's not a camera. Hello and welcome back, everyone. How's it going? We have two options here, and they are up on the YouTube vote. We have here our 1857, so we got 21 years into the game last stream, that we can continue as, or we could start over, but either way, we will be having the more unique companies mod enabled, so I guess it's more a matter if you guys want to play through the first 21 years with this mod again, or if you want to restart in terms of the choices. Hey Sig, happy Saturday. Archduke, it's been a while. I haven't seen you around. Coming back for the new patch? How you doing? Was there a buff for Norway? I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was a buff for Norway, but I can't remember what it was. Connor says, happy not Thursday. How dare you? It is a happy day because it's a happy Saturday, but besmirching the Thursday, terrible. Should I play some Democracy? Start over. We do see, overwhelmingly, you guys seem to like starting over. We could peruse some of these unique companies we have here as Japan. Very excited for this. I think that we are going to lean into rice. In particular, Japan Vanilla does have some interesting unique companies that we can maybe go for, but they're more unique companies mod. I guess we'll just talk about the more unique companies mod as some of you guys come in and you guys vote. The more unique companies mod, I think, is just going to be an absolute blast this patch. I am just a huge fan of this mod in general because it really increases the variety and just about everything that you get, like, dopamine for and enjoy companies for. You just kind of have a lot more with the more unique companies mod. I think that overall the power level of the companies is relatively on par with vanilla companies, with a few outliers, and so it doesn't just completely change your experience, but instead it's going to give you a lot more options for your companies, which I think just kind of makes the game more enjoyable, generally speaking. We see here an example, paper currency. Is that, oh, that's unique version of paper, so that's going to be part of a bank. Japan's really kind of standout thing, I think, is that they are the only country that could get a paper prestige good. Banks in particular are extremely strong, but you can only have one in this mod. But you could see that we have a lot of additional options here, and a lot of these have a lot of charter options too. So thinking our way through what companies we're going to use this type of thing. Here's the Tokyo Drift Company, of course, giving automobiles output. Output, that's a strong modifier. Output quite a bit stronger than throughput. But we do see kind of some of these in here. And so, continuing with the poll, we're holding pretty strong at 3/4 of you guys want us to start over as Japan. So that's probably what we're going to be leaning towards doing. Norway is super easy now. Got 22 SOL in 5 to 10 years. Everyone who's super small is so much easier now. I think they did just nerf him last patch, but I don't think it's consequential. Norway buff is all their states have plus 5%. Ah, that's it. Connor with the thing I had forgotten, but thought about, like, when we were looking at state bonuses, I was like, oh, these are like, but they lost their they get mappy, but they don't get access to extra trade. But even still, this is a very nice buff. And also electricity output on this, which was not present before. And so, yes, the state bonuses. Now I can finally get cold before you could, so you could trade. Ah, that's also probably an important one too. Is any run where you like don't have resources of a particular kind is actually just way easier now. It's not even what I had considered for Norway, because I haven't played enough Norway to know what to consider, but, so, I think that we will get into a new game then, here as Japan. And so, let's do that. We're kind of doing Japan here, because I don't think we're going to do a Japan run on this patch. So it's kind of nice to do it on stream. Still waiting for Norwegian politics DLC, as the freshly semi-independent nation has lots of debt. Oh, interesting. Shout out to Haiti. Okay, so I suppose we could play something other than Japan if people wanted to, but do people really want to play something other than Japan? Japan's already in the title, too. We are starting over, though, so... And should we give Twitch representation in this poll? Are they a lot of Twitch? Oh, there's 14 Twitch viewers. There's 75 non-Twitch viewers. Should we give Twitch representation? Or, we're of course asking the YouTube people, no, just tax them. Run ads. That's one of the options. Alright. Although, I do like the idea of, if we play as Japan, we get into the action faster. We're also not going to play USA guaranteed, or Qing. And then here is the main poll. We will link the main poll to everyone. Just run the ads and... Taxation. By the way, we did not intentionally run ads, so if they coincidentally run, that's what you guys get. We have ads on entirely automated. Play Afghanistan. Afghanistan could be interesting. I want something with a little bit more agency, but honestly, everything's like probably super easy this run. Convert the Twitch ad money into Vic 3 money. Hell yeah, brother. I suppose what might be some of the options. We do want to do an EIC drug run. I think EIC drug run, Qing, and USA are kind of more on the docket for like runs. And things that we might stream would be Mexico. We haven't done Mexico in a while. Austria. Because we're not going to do a run as Austria this patch, because next patch is going to be the Austria DLC patch, so we're probably not going to do Austria, the Balkans, this patch. So I guess Austria, Ottoman Empire, Mexico, something that someone suggests maybe with a decent amount of agency. How would Belgium be? Belgium would be good. We see someone suggesting Ottomans. I want to see a non-EIC India run. I don't know about figuring that out on stream as we go. That might be a lot of just kind of suffering, but maybe you guys like suffering. We could do Portugal. You guys are half and half regarding whether or not we play something else or play Japan. I guess we will relink in the chat. I don't want to do... we could do Greece. I kind of don't want to do a run that feels too, like, small or, like, similar to Panama. Is your Panama campaign good for me to learn the new patch? Probably not. The Panama, like, doing a single-state Panama run is just going to feel wildly different, I think, than an average run. So, it may be one of the ways to kind of explore some interesting ideas on the new patch. But in terms of, like, actually trying to acquire skill on the new patch is probably not ideal. Can I change my vote? I voted for Japan because I didn't know something else had a chance. This man threw away his vote. No. Today you learn a lesson about democracy. You cannot change your vote. Mega Germany. We could do Mega Germany. It's been a while since I've done Mega Germany. I don't even remember the exact strategy for that. We, like, slap around Prussia and then make friends with them and then click the button. Have you ever streamed a Romania run? I don't know if we've streamed it. We've done a Romania run, not in a long time. But I think that... We know that Austria and the Balkans is going to be next patch, so I don't know how much... Or so we can run it this time. What about Spain? Spain we've played not too long ago in terms of a run. It was a beginner run, though. Spain also has a really, really good company. In vanilla, so I feel like we're missing out on the more unique companies mod, which we are using. This is Democracy Manifest. Yeah, in case the Twitch viewers are wondering, currently 69 votes on Give Twitch Representation poll on YouTube, where 13% say yes, 20% say no, and 67% say, no, just tax them, run ads. If you get popped by ads, we are not, Okay, something else has 13 votes. Or actually, we're gonna set a 1-minute timer, and then the criticism that when we do democracy stream, that like it actually takes forever to get in the game is like so real. So we got 2-minute timer, and then we are going to close the poll on whether we do Japan and something else. We will get or write down. Let's go back to the poll. We will get or write down the straw poll, kind of what our options are. So we have Ottomans, Austria, Austria, Mexico we haven't done in a hot minute. Iberia patch coming soon, so I'm holding off. Oh, that's a decent. Belgium. And we're going to do rank order voting. So, in terms of throwing your vote away, everyone's going to really throw their vote away there, I imagine. Because you often, if I don't explain rank order voting, it does have some difficulties. Any suggestions for Qing in the latest patch? So, they made the Opium Wars harder somehow, if I recall correctly, but AI Great Britain doesn't go for it all the time on this patch. So, I don't know, you could just, like, restart relatively aggressively to just avoid the Opium War that way. I imagine the Opium War is a little bit harder. I'm curious to try the Opium War. The fighting for Macau has worked literally every single patch. And that's kind of what we do every time, rather than cheesing. My understanding is you could get, like, a defensive alliance with Great Britain at game start, and that this is effective. Something like this. Japan versus the world. This poll is biased, and that's fair. We'll put Japan into the poll. Okay, and we'll see if Japan won here. Show results. Something else won with 27 votes, though. Is that kind of low? Alright, let's create a new poll. Let's make it ranked order. And we're gonna give Japan another chance to do something. To get something done. Qing... we're not going to do Qing because I think we're probably going to do at least a one-episode video on Qing. Opium Wars is bugged. It doesn't show in your Qing run. You just need to get guarantees for France or one other GP. Is Mexico or is Qing? They are not winnable with no cheese. Were they ever not winnable with no cheese? I feel like, or do you count decking on Portugal cheese? Because I think we've done that every patch and it's worked every patch. It's definitely gotten way harder than it used to be, though. Okay, so let's get this. We're gonna have Ottomans, Austria, Mexico, Belgium, and then Japan. And then we're gonna look at chat and see if anyone suggested something that sounds good in the last, like, 10 seconds. See, Saxony, Biz. Biz is not that fun. Fair enough. Why don't we throw Norway in there? I kind of don't want to play someone small, though. Norway is just kind of form Scandinavia, though, eh? Alright. King, Archduke of Trondelag has not been around in a while, and he always asks for Norway, so we'll just throw Norway in there. Do they ever win? Not really, but... Okay, so we'll also show people how the ranking poll works, because very often you guys get this one wrong, and by you guys, I mean some of you guys, not all of you guys. I'm not lumping you guys in with you guys. And so in that So we are going to have a ranking poll. Here, let's title it. I don't want to show you guys the autocomplete because I don't know if it's gonna like have my personal information on it. But the way it works is we are going to create the poll. We get 1 vote per IP address and require participants. Max points. Let's give 7 max points. And when you interact with this poll, which we haven't linked yet, you are going to drag and rank the order in which you would like the choices. Yes. And if you click vote, it's going to distribute points to all of these different countries, okay? If you click vote, that is your vote. So if you just put one on top, that's your favorite, and then you vote the rest at default, and you click vote, and then you're like, no, it's not in the order I wanted, then your vote doesn't count. And you just voted for the, or it does count, and you just, you democracied poorly. And so you'll have to suffer the consequences of your poorly executed democracy. This has been explained. I'll not have it on my hands. OPB just did that just now, rank order voting? Or Scandinavia? I think Scandinavia is like pretty solid in vanilla, but like playing someone who's a little bit more geographically large, I think is nice on the mod because we will get to see more of the more unique companies. We are doing ranked choice voting, yeah, and I have a sneaking suspicion that whatever the normal, you guys are just voting for Japan anyways. Was democracy really all just a waste of time? Why are we still here? Just to suffer? should have never come to this. This is like exercise in futility. Just like Japan's just crushing. We've made our Japan. Now we have to sleep in it. We've made our bed. Now we have to eat it. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised, right? Because Japan was getting nearly 50% of the vote in terms of do Japan or start over. Give chat the illusion of choice. Does free will even truly exist? We've democracied poorly. We've become Florida. I am become Florida. Gators of man. Dutch East Indies is kind of an interesting one. Like taking a look at game. They are. We'll just take a quick look at them. Or, well, Dutch East Indies is kind of interesting because they do have culture Dutch. And so in terms of annexing the most land, in terms of being able to form the United Netherlands, Dutch East Indies gets the biggest formation. I don't think they're the best country to form it with, but it is like a little interesting tidbit. And because they can form the United Netherlands, / they have Dutch culture, they are probably the most unhinged country that you can form the HRE as. It's neither holy nor Roman nor European. We haven't even done that yet, but that is a little one. You need to reload. It doesn't update in real time. Looks like Mexico's winning. Is Mexico really winning? It doesn't update in real time? You mean the thing that says live results doesn't in fact give live results? Looks like Mexico is winning. Looks like it's close though. We're so back, bro. And we don't have to do multiple polls because it's rank order voting. Wow. We will link the poll again for the people who just arrived. Is it just more unique companies or other mods? Just more unique companies. I thought about doing another one, but I kind of wanted to highlight more unique companies. I think starting next Monday, we're going to do like one mod highlight on Monday. And I was thinking of more unique companies. I'm actually a huge fan of this one, so Mexico's so back, bros. Good old French Sunni Prussia as possible as Dutch East Indies. Classic, man. The Irish EIC was the meme one back in the day. Alright. We're gonna give this one more minute, so for your guys' perspective, it's gonna be like 30 seconds. And then we're going to, looks like Japan's not even in the top 2. Okay. Oh, Kurt. General, let me join. I will play Germany and give you exclusive iron rights. Good vibes. That'll be just... we could just have a community stream impromptu. I think I would have planned that a little bit more than just inviting a bunch of people in. Will you do a new top 10 best states? No, because they didn't change too many states other than giving state bonuses. And I'm not sure exactly how I want to quantify those state bonuses. Those are kind of a little bit hard to do. Like the port bonuses and this type of thing. Like, I think, home counties is, like, way better than it used to be. Home counties is, like, the only state without a construction bonus that gets that massive trade advantage. Or a construction malus, I think. Or, like, Naxos gets it, too. Or, like, the Greek state, but, like, the Greek state has really low arable land. Looks like Ottomans win. Jeez. Sick man of Europe, we're so back, bros. I'm shocked. I'm shocked, I tell you. Alright. We're so back, bros. Also been seeing AI Ottomans do really well. And, like, complete the sick man of Europe journal entry. Just arrived, what's the poll? The poll was who we play as. 25 minutes to pick a country. A new record. It is a speed record. Usually we take like an hour. Alright, Ottoman Empire time to take a look at some of the companies that we have. So we have Ottoman Tobacco Company. Ooh, I wish there was some designation in regards to which one of these are more unique companies, but we're going to take a look through our attainable companies because we are playing with the more unique companies mod. This is a more unique companies company. We see that it gives rural folk approval and minus minimum expected standard of living, a very interesting modifier, and you could get tools stacked on top of it. We do see, I think we're going to see a lot of agrarian ones. There's a Senegal state with 25% capacity as well, I think. Really? Oh. Oh. Right you are. Yeah, I know I didn't... Oh. All this... Oh, man. People are gonna late comment on all the tutorials. Be like, Generalist, you missed one. Generalist, you can't count. No. But you're right, there's one. We could do the Ottomans have the best opener in terms of, or one of the better openers in terms of cheese, because you can annex, or not one of the better openers in terms of cheese. For the feeding your subject an unincorporated, or sorry, feeding a subject territory and then annexing them for cheap, Ottomans are pretty good, because you can feed Egypt all of, like, Tripolitania, and then they'll take having their autonomy reduced, and then you can feed them all to Tunis, and then annex Tunis. I don't think we're going to play it like that, but... I am become loud, car outside. We see the Imperial Ottoman Bank, which is going to have add-on industries... Not necessarily the best. I think as a bank, this actually looks a little bit weak. See, Ayudin Fabrics, that looks like generic, right? Citizens National Bank, I think this is the generic bank that everyone gets. Looks like access to unique paper is going to be somewhat common. I hate that a lot of countries start with bureaucracy malice, or negative balance. Well, have you seen governments these days? Do you think American territory is reasonable to do this patch? I think it was a lot easier on like just like 1 or 2 patches ago, but yeah, I think it's probably pretty doable. We haven't really explored it. You probably have to really make some significant moves with regards to treaties to make it like consistently doable, but I imagine it's something that you could do pretty easy. Vassal feeding strategy better if you first turn Persia into a subject. For Egypt? I'm not sure I understand the angle of needing to subjugate Persia first. I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm saying I don't know why that would be significantly better. Because if you subjugate Persia first, then they'll be upset with you. Is the idea that you make Persia intentionally upset with you so you can annex them? Combined Ottoman Plantation Society. I'm not sure that this is in vanilla. I don't remember... Oh no, wait, this is just generic opium. Okay. Turkish Petroleum. 5% trade capacity and railway throughput. An interesting one. This seems reasonably good. It is vanilla, though. This is the Iraq one. Yeah, it's like Basara. Yeah. Basara, Mosul. Here we see an interesting company. Oil, coal, and electricity. So, quite a bit more than we normally get in terms of on oil companies in terms of getting multiple industries. Minus minimum expected standard of living and extra landowner approval. We see tractors, a prestige good for engines. Now, engine prestige good I think is actually really good because it actually feeds into all of this stuff. And so, is the bank a unique company? Yeah, it is. Bosnia gets this company, typical Bosnia, Muslim and alcoholic, Jesus. So, I think that, I can't remember if it's like Prussia. I think Prussia is the one that gets the... unique or the prestige good for this and vanilla, but this is something that we could really consider quite strongly. We would really like to have prestige goods on this, and then we could add automobiles later. Rural folk approval, agriculture throughput. Oh, you know what? I didn't even think through, like, this is also going to apply to all the grain stuff too. Classic tooltip behind the tooltip. But, like, if you're using tractors, right, on any of the grain stuff, then that'll improve the throughput on it. Really kind of... Engines feed into a lot of things. I wish this tooltip was working properly. So we could kind of take a look. Hey, there we go. Railways. I didn't even think railways. Oh my god. Logging, because you could use chainsaws. Urban centers, extra throughput on that, and every plantation. I think we see glass at the end here, but yeah, I didn't even consider that anything that you could add. What is it? The conveyor belts or oh my god, I forget the the name of the PM, but for most of your industries, you can do the assembly line, labor-saving PM, and this is really good for that. I suspect you have a soundboard vehicle of sounds for just maintaining the general vroom vroom. No, it's getting hotter. As summer approaches, there's more vroom vroom outside. Subjugating Persia first would be great if it didn't result in Russia joining against you super consistently. Yeah. We generally strive for consistency when we're streaming rather than just raw power level, because, like, save reloading is kind of just bad for, like, a stream. Germany has it? Yeah. All the mines, too? When do the mines PMs use engines? Jesus. This is something that, like, we have, like, yet to, like, explore a lot on, but... Oh, because Steam Donkey! Oh, Steam Donkey is such a good... Bro. It's just, like, it's just so powerful. That the ability to do this. It's like it's so interesting to think through like which prestige goods is best and like this type of thing. Oh, we didn't even log into our Clipex, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. So let's continue taking a look at some of these companies. But like I think we we probably do this even though there's like it's just motor industries. I think that this is pretty good. Yeah, Steam Donkey. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Wouldn't it be likely 1% throughput bonus via Steam Donkey? Oh, it's proportional, right? You're right. I forgot it was proportional. I was getting super hyped. It's still an insane... It's still, like, in terms of proportional for inputs for all of the plantations, it's very high. So it really performs highly on all the plantations. I still think it's a decent... engines is one of the things that you have a lot of buy orders just generally in your market. Is the more unique companies mod pretty balanced? I would say that, generally speaking, the unique companies are a little better, but they're not completely out of line with the other ones. So we do, like, what's the requirement here? Do we need technology? We have to get rid of Sick Man of Europe. Very cool. We need electrical generation. Not cool. Electrical generation as a tech just sucks super hard now. But this looks like reasonably good. Pollution effects reduction is a modifier that's like hard to evaluate, but I think that's actually decently strong. It's proportional to the amount of input goods, it says NEF, providing up to 20% at 100% prestige goods. Yes, but if you play your cards right and don't use transport, you can get 20% throughput with the prestige engines on both plantations and upgraded oil rigs. Yeah. So, I mean, I still think prestige engines are quite good. Prestige tools are also pretty good. I haven't thought through, like, there's almost certainly, like, taking screenshots of entire economies and looking at the number of buy and sell orders for several different runs is probably the way to do it. And then whatever has the most buy orders in terms of industrial goods is going to be the best thing to have prestige goods for. The prestige steel is probably pretty solid. Okay, so we looked through like all of our attainable companies. A shipping company. Agriculture throughput. I mean, this is probably no good. Convoys is just kind of no good. So we see there's like a lot of companies that are maybe not like that usable, but I think the idea is you have slightly higher company value. That way, like a lot of the new ones are like usable. Oil engines tools is in the triangle of late game economy. Wide bonuses. They're the gears that make the economy turn. I think that prestige oil is pretty good. So eventually we're gonna go for Baku here, playing as the Ottomans. Yeah, I gotta boot up the game and try this mod. This mod I think is like. In terms of playing, like, on theme with the patch, like, this is probably the mod I'd recommend most highly, which is why it's the first mod we're jumping into on this patch. Tools is number 1. Steel is number 2 in terms of price times buy-sell orders. Yeah. This sounds correct to me. But, like, it's easier to find prestige tools and prestige steel. Like, in terms of evaluating the company, like, beyond, like, which prestige good is better, like, which prestige good is better to have on a company, like, as a separate consideration. So, like, cross-sectioning that with which one is the least common. Like, engines and oils aren't very common. And then I suppose you could also, like, do it based on, you could do, like, a second layer, too, if you want to add, like, complexity, because, like, prestige goods that feed into tools are more valuable than ones that don't. So you could do what it feeds into in terms of proportion of the economy, this type of thing. How do I get rid of foreign companies spreading everywhere in your country? Don't give investment rights. In my moment of desperation, you gave Great Britain investment rights. Welcome to colonialism, baby. We call this the game working as designed. After the treaty was over, I've tried nationalizing some things, but those companies keep spreading like a cancer. Welcome to capitalism, baby. Do I just have them like some contracted chronic disease? I think you have to. I think in order to get rid of it, you have to nationalize literally everything that it owns. Welcome, working as designed. We call it WAD, baby. Text spread for society. Nice modifier here. Minimum expected. Minimum expected is an interesting modifier because it's really good at some points. We're also like living in a new world where intentionally depressing your SOL is better now than it was before because the population growth rate, like the double equilibrium is now 10-15 instead of 10-20. So you'll grow faster with lower SOL until you get to high SOL. Or you'll grow faster with lower SOL than you would before. Yeah. Railway bidding throughput. Classic Mavog. Classic Koopas. Always strong. And then we have something like this. Is this better than Koopas? Probably not. Agriculture throughput's really, really nice if you're like someone like ERST or China, because it does apply to subsistence farms. It's kind of a difficult one to evaluate. Military minus mill goods cost. Oh baby, and we could add on iron or wood? This is kind of hot. I know that it was easier to stack, in previous iterations of this mod, it was easier to stack minus mill goods cost. Minus mill goods cost has increasing marginal returns, so... House of Ali Reza. I don't know historically who this refers to, but Ali Reza is a really good chess player. Or that's like what I think of when I think of Ali Reza. Ooh, 5% state construction efficiency. Unfortunately, you're going to be getting these two industries on your canal anyways, so this is kind of just a push. We have the Banque Messire. A lot of the banks used to have like 15 industries, and now they don't anymore. Instead, they've been moved to company charters, which is probably a good change. And I think on industries, generally, you're looking for the high capitalist investment pool modifier, which we do have on here. We do have to invent banks. Prestige chocolat. That's a prestige food. Prestige liquor. Yikes. They're not for us. We're Muslim. Mashallah. Something like this. Also, like, trying to figure out what the value of prestige goods that are industrial versus consumer is kind of interesting. I think subventioning consumer goods is, like, a play pattern that I want to try and figure out better, but, like, it's kind of hard to evaluate math-wise. Not too many iron prestige goods. Like, steel is a prestige goods really strong, or, like, really common, but iron's kind of rare. Steel's pretty clearly the best, but isn't rare. I don't know if it's the best. It's maybe the best if you consider, like, it feeds into stuff that is large portions of the economy. How much RAM do you have? 24 gigabytes. So, what does the chat think of the DLC? I think they generally like it. Clothes paper is crazy. I do like what paper feeds into, because paper, like, feeds into we take a look, paper feeds into stuff that's, like, government expenses. So, proportion to the size of the economy, this is like more valuable, and it also feeds into skyscraper, which is like not GDP, but it does give a strong effect. So, Dimensional Wanderer, thank you for the follow, big nice. It's kind of hard to avoid company overlap when you tried it. You get like 3 tool companies. I only had 1 prestige tools. Yeah, then you have to give them monopoly to the tools. And this is like kind of an interesting phenomena. Your prestige goods are better if you're on interventionism, like as a general heuristic. 4% infrastructure per 100k pop. Is this got a... This seems strong, no? Is this capped? Am I just misreading the modifier? Like it's normally always this, and it's not a good modifier at all? It is a paper company. I'm not sure we think that... I'm not sure we rate that very highly. Considering the bank, we're going to have a bank no matter what, and bank is going to have prestige paper. Rothschild Bank, for example. See, multiple banks with railways. Do all banks just have railways, paper, plus other stuff? Plus infamy decay. Strong modifier. Paper, though. So yeah, the presence of railways and paper on what appears to be every bank actually just makes any industry which is railways or paper probably unplayable in this mod. Something like this. This is really cute, though, because I kind of like getting the opium without needing to do an opium-specific one, and then we get trade advantage. I think stacking up a lot of trade advantages to the Ottomans is pretty easy, because we have the railway company here, we have a company here in Afghanistan, and also the oil company here. So this is maybe a playthrough kind of idea. We talked about it a little bit as Egypt, but you could do just the same as the Ottomans. It's just a little bit slower as the Ottomans. Egypt has access to a lot of the stuff faster. Interesting metalworks company. Extra offense and tech spread for military. I actually really like tech spread for military. Because we don't actively research military that often. Need Central Hungary. That's kind of an interesting one. Agricultural and plantation throughput, quite strong. I think this is the Vanilla Sicily company, though. I know a lot of the more unique companies are balanced by a specific heuristic, so there's kind of like an upper ceiling in terms of how good they can get. We do see Branabel, which is in Baku, which has 240 oil as a location. Quite strong. What's this? Skyscraper for the company? Max construction progress, university throughput. What the hell is that? Your company can buy the skyscraper? I don't know if your company can buy the skyscraper, though. Because it doesn't have ownership class. I think this is just not going to operate the way we would like it to. Maybe that's a bug. Maybe it does work with the patch, this type of thing. Generic forestry allowed me to not research railways for 20 years. I think generic forestry is probably one of the strongest companies in the game right now. I think we'd have to think through it. Yeah, someone else said basic wood is insane. But the fact that you get tools wood is just really, really nuts. And iron seems to be everywhere. There's so many unique companies with add-on iron. And you could add on iron to generic steel or use generic iron and add on something else. And something like this. And then there's like some of the best companies also just have iron. And so when you do generic wood plus iron, you like kind of get everything. The only thing maybe that's a knock against generic wood is the best prestige good is probably tools. And then... minus mortality per wealth. Also kind of interesting. If the best... greetings from Turkey. Hey, how's it going? If the best prestige good is tools, then you're kind of decreasing the value of generic wood. In some sense. Prestige rubber is interesting. Conceptually. We're not seeing it anywhere. It's just kind of a little bit interesting. Is Frederick Krupp a strong company? Probably not. I don't think it's awful. When we getting a Romania playthrough now that they've been buffed? I think that, well, the thing is this next patch is going to have Romania content. So I don't think we want to do a run, but we could do a stream run. Medicine? What is this? Prestige of fertilizer. Okay. 1% birth rate and 3% mortality per well? Generic food's just better, right? Automobiles output. God, I love this mod so much. Like, every time I, like, look through, like, the list of companies, it just, like, makes me so happy. I get excited, like, looking at all these things. So, okay. Okay. And this is, like, not even including us, like, potentially expanding. Let's, this is with just the interests we had here. I think we'll do something maybe a little organic, and we'll just look to radiate our interests, you know, from the capital in a way that feels somewhat reasonable. I think this looks good. We do start out as a major power. Don't we start as a GP in vanilla? I guess maybe not. I thought they used to. This is painful. So much more painful now than it is in vanilla. This does not look like Japan. You are right. We have to update title. You are very right. This doesn't look like Japan. Japan was voted off the island. In a shocking display. This doesn't look like Japan. Or does it? Do they fix the meat issue? I'm not sure what you mean. The Pops... We haven't played on the latest patch, but so Pops might still consume a lot of meat. What's next for companies in Victoria 3? Probably them getting political power in some sort of way. Every single patch has been either like an economy patch or a politics patch with like an exception of one patch. And so would expect to see probably something like that. You have to up the gov mill wages to get to the power status. Let's actually try and make Constantinople, or Istanbul, a center, a jewel of the world. So, I'm not saying I think that this is correct, I'm saying that we're doing this for theme. But we're gonna throw down some edicts that are pretty good here. We can't do greener grass because we don't believe in technology. The truth hurts. We need romanticism. And so here's the rub. Being behind in tech is like way worse than it used to be. Yikes. I think that what we do is we go for colonization. Or maybe we go stock exchange into colonization. Yikes. I don't think we're going to cheese Egypt. I think what we're going to do is we're going to try and improve relations with some of the guys who don't like us too much. Kind of in the outset here. I don't know why my brain was kind of flubbing that one. We're going to de-rival Russia. We're going to rival Greece. Everyone knows that Ajax is stronger than all of Greece. Something like this. Look to smooth things out for us. Yeah, this is that shit we don't like here. We could re-roll it a bunch, but I think that we're just going to avoid declaring. By the way, are you going to be running 3v3v3 or some other MP in the future? I think so. Maybe next week? I was thinking about this. I was thinking about doing it this week, but yeah. Companies without prestige goods feel so bad. This is something I'm trying to figure out and evaluate, is how valuable... See, a prestige good, how valuable is that relative to everything else? So we're not going to deck on Persia yet. Yeah, so I think we get Austria joining against us a lot here. Maybe we just actually chill for a little bit. The thing to do would be to go after something over here, but we're gonna look to do stuff a little bit more organically. And maybe since we are having, you know, some sick man of Europe problems, we would be more internally oriented from a theme perspective. Let's tax a couple things. I think that we do want to float and pass laws a little bit faster here. By float, I mean float authority for the minus enactment time. The other day we did get to see a new player play Vic3, which was like a completely new player, which was definitely a bit interesting to watch. Twitch gets no representation, the truth hurts. Have you tried the economics and finance mod? I have. It had some weird kind of infinite, like, loops type thing. But, RIP laissez-faire doesn't give an extra company map now. Yeah, too bad it's still the best. Let's take a look at our journal entries. I think it's probably the best. I'm not, like, actually 100% sure. We have to have incorporated in an urban center. This is an argument for us not, you know, taking too much stuff. You have to have education, university, workforce occupancy is greater than 90%, building levels over 5, increase the literacy rate of your people by 20%. This is the one that has been bugged in the past and just basically been completely undoable. Separatism, if we don't expand and we don't go too high on minimum expected standard of living, we actually should be fine on that front. Army modernization, we'll just have to get some of the stuff. We have to get off of hereditary bureaucrats and land-based taxation. Alright. So, we got some stuff to do. I think landed voting is probably maybe the way we open. I don't think any of these are affected by voting. Well, we want to get off of traditionalism. So, it probably is just ask someone for, in a treaty, to help us out with that. We do have a feckless landowner. What do we have in terms of who replaces this gentleman? Let's, we're gonna just disband all of our armies but one. And that way, we kind of merge everything up. It's a little bit easier for us to look at. And then, yeah, we want their home HQ to be there. And then let's also upgrade all the units. Kind of think that that's a nice little practice to have at game start. And then we can kind of look at the commanders a little bit. Traditionalist, offensive planner. Experienced offensive planner. Very nice. We have this slaver, but he's disliked. So we could... I think that they can't roll into being leader unless they've been around for a while, but we could try and see if we have some decent leadership in any of these things. Prestige is good. Good is king now. Someone says? I think someone already said that. LF forbidding monopolies may cause issues, no? Oh yeah, this is true, because it locks out your prestige goods a little bit. You're right. I don't know how good monopolies are. This could be the case. Company monopolies aren't that strong. The companies will buy stuff anyways most of the times. Yeah, but the reason to do it is to make your prestige good have higher density if you have overlaps. UK is the best country to ask as Ottomans. This makes sense. Don't hate a jingoist. We don't necessarily want to recruit too many guys. We just want to see if we can peek under the hood a little bit, and see anyone with good ideology. I'm guessing we won't, because I think our rolls are kind of bad. Yeah, what we can roll with these guys actually might not be good enough. If we take a look, we can see what we can roll with them. And, yeah, it's just authoritarian. It's actually just bad or moderate, and we currently have a moderate, so... I think if you exile, you can get a bunch of different rolls, but, yeah, so... Oh, we're on serfdom too at the start. Tenant's not all that painful. Let's try and do this to start, though. And get on to landed. Because that should be relatively easy. And then let's see if we have a movement that we like. Modernization movement seems like a decent shout. To bolster. And we won't be able to float max like this. But that's probably okay. That's probably not the end of the world. And then since we want to make this the crown jewel of the world, we'll add a couple construction sectors here. I wish you could put trade centers on auto-expand in some sort of way. And we are improving relations with them. Yeah, they are protective of us, so we can treaty. Let's maybe unpause and think about what treaties we want, other than just, like, trying to get value. Like, trading away our sugar or our tea is probably good. This is a sort of play pattern we haven't really done all that much. But we buy it in our market, sell it in their market, and you can arbitrage. So we could like buy wood from Russia and then sell it somewhere else, and that's probably good. Looks like they just want tea, and we could just offer this straight up. We are getting some benefit from it. Do they like other ones? Not particularly. They just like tea a lot. Classic British. We could go for law commitment off of this. They will help us with tenant farmers. And we could agree not to subvention liquor or tools. I think we're less likely to want to subvention clothes. I think we're kind of unlikely to want to subvention tools, though. And then no tariffs. I think we have to worry about tariffing liquor. I think our pops just won't drink it. 95% chance. Surely this is enough. We could no tariff another thing, but we could maybe do something else that's decent or reasonable. So we'll go for this. Why swap from Japan? Because we were implementing a mod and we were deciding whether to start a new run or to continue on. We do get a rivalry here from Austria. A little bit unfortunate. And people overall wanted to start a new run, and then since we were starting a new run, we were like, hey, maybe people would like to play as a different country. So they broke our treaty. Yikes. Well, us getting violated on twice is probably bad. Is this poll like asking white people if black people should be allowed to vote? Asks Yankees fan. Referring, of course, to the still ongoing poll of should we give Twitch representation. Currently, 17% say yes, 21% say no, and 62% say no, just tax them, run ads. If only we could run a similar poll on Twitch. I think we actually can. But for the YouTubers, it turns out everyone just loves the advertisement. Orthodox community. Okay. I think we don't want to just generate infamy. So, do we just have to not pass this? I thought we could just get around to it. So let's do that. And then we should be making money. So we're receiving 14k for our goods transfer. And we're spending 6k for our goods transfer. And this is also increasing the price of our tea, which is making our tea more profitable. You can see our tea is now no longer at minus 75% price. So all in all, this is good for us. Let's do the thing where we actually check our PMs. I love that you can kind of just swap everything. Citrus Orchard's got a small buff. Let's see what that baboop's about. We're not going to do the logging micro just yet, because we kind of hates it. How do I get an obligation? I don't know exactly how you force gain an obligation now. Sword Wielder 21, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Because in the UI, there's like, there's nothing to receive an obligation, nor is this something you can ask for, like, off to the side. So I actually don't know how that works precisely. You can get a bunch through events, right? So it's not like you can't get them anymore. But I don't think that's what you're asking for. You're asking for how do I intentionally go about getting this, and I don't have the answers, Sway. Let's make Dobruja... Bosna? Is that Bosnia, son? Let's do this. We just love advertising, just not us. Yeah, basically. Please explain the Britain Treaty. We want to be able to use Britain to pass a law. In this goods transfer, we buy 216 tea from our market, and then we sell it in Great Britain's market, and so this is netting a profit for us. A nice, handsome profit. It's costing us 7k, and we are receiving 14.4k. And then we are agreeing not to run certain things on various trade goods, and we're not. And we did that so that they would help us to pass tenant farmers, and we said we agreed to pass tenant farmers. And by agreeing to pass tenant farmers, we get an extra 15% bonus towards passing it. So really quite strong, and this is something we do want to get off of. Trade center auto expand would be good, like if it is using plus over 90% of its trade capacity and is profitable, slash isn't it like firing down, this type of thing, or like the using its trade capacity and the normal expansion parameters right? Where it has to have over a certain amount of cash reserves, fully employed, like this type of thing. How do I gain an obligation, please? Oh, we already read this. Sutek says, hey everyone, hello. You gain obligation by giving free stuff via treaties. Make a treaty and free goods and you'll get an obligation in a bit. Oh, really? Interesting. Sways? Yep, sways is another way to do it. How strong is this? Is the prestige groceries this patch? Will you make a tier list for prestige goods? I need to get a handle on whether I think industrial prestige goods are better or consumer prestige goods are better, and this depends on how good dumping prestige goods into someone else's market is, which I don't really know the answer to. We will add arms industry. Now, in theory, we could also pull, we could look to trade with someone to resolve our arms issue. Oh, we could also offer a power block embassy. No, wait, they could offer it up. We have a power block. Do we like our power block? What do we have? Sovereign Empire and external trade. Hell yeah, brother. We're a big fan of that. Knee-jerk, just want to expand into South America, but we are organically moving out our interests, so we won't be doing that. I think Senegal is probably the organic one next, and then here. And then probably France. And then maybe Madras? Something like this. We're just organically expanding these out, and so this is a way that we are self-limiting our Diplo plays, so we can't just go for South America. Unless we want to build a bunch of navy to increase it. The innovation tooltip of the tech tree is missing in this patch. It's missing? They didn't get rid of the modifier, did they? Or is it just not in the tooltip? Did they get rid of overflow? If they did, that has Doodles' smell all over it. That seems like a Doodles thing that Doodles would not be a fan of. Would you ever play Better Politics mod, or is it straight? We would play Better Politics mod. I'm a fan of it. Game is so easy, just set everything to auto-expand and walk away, says Yankees fan. True. Big true. You can easily put gourmet groceries to be consumed on any market, and you can mass produce it. Feels a little bit overpowered. I would not rate the generic groceries necessarily that highly. Other than the 5% pop growth is really good. I think the prestige good is like the less relevant factor in that kind of consideration. So much demand for groceries, that's true. Also for meat, so like, the meat PM got nerfed, but livestock ranches are actually better than they were before. A Killer Burn, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Livestock ranches are better than they were before, just by virtue of there being way more demand, I think. We restore order. Hell yeah, brother. We also have to spread stuff out because we do want to urbanize. Brain Drainer the Lock, they give the follow, Big Nice. Wow. So many beeps, so many boops, so little time. Yuki Liren, thank you for the follow. Big Nice. So, I mean, once we get a couple trade centers going, we'll be in good shape. Let's kick the iron to the back, because it's not going to be that good. And then, I don't think we have any bonus places, any harbors. But what we could do is we could, we know kind of where we want to put construction sectors. We could build around that a little bit. Do these give urbanization? 5 per level. On a per construction basis, is that really good? It is. These are really good for urbanizing. Which makes sense that they would be. But we could build this kind of inverted from where the iron's good, maybe. Because we would build construction sectors in those places. We actually probably want to, if we have a lot of economy, we maybe want to build trade centers there. And if we want to export opium, I think we want to eat opium though. Alright, we'll throw down some trade centers. I don't know exactly what our heuristic is. Other than, I guess, on the coast is going to be better because we will have access to ports. So maybe let's just radiate out from the capital. Would you recommend sticking at the tutorial or not? I've been playing a long time and I haven't sussed it out. The tutorial's kind of trash. The tutorial I don't think has ever been good. I think it was, like, bad on release, because... Well, actually, I don't know if it was bad on release, because people didn't understand, like, what was good. But, like, it wants you to do stuff like crash the price of steel, which is just, like, bad to do, and also really hard to do. If I recall correctly. Are we losing money? No, we're not. When playing as a country that has a deep amount of land and resources, it's good to get investment rights and give your companies an investment charter. It's super good to get investment rights, like turbo good. We don't have any companies right now, so we're not going for it. But investment rights are insane. I also don't know what I think the let's not get extra radicals because we don't want to accidentally fail separatism. You just aren't overflowing because you are using your tech. Yeah, but I mean, someone was saying that it was broken. Oh, you're saying that the person was mistaken about whether or not they'd be overflowing. Yeah. Premium groceries can bring SOL down. Yes, because your pops will overconsume them. In a way, yeah, it should. Premium consumer goods in theory should just generally lower SOL. If you really focus it, you could get as high as 90% basic foods dispatch being satisfied by groceries. This would be a Neff experiment. This would be something Neff does at the very start. We haven't experimented with that. That's kind of an interesting way to think about it, though. This is one of the reasons why I have such a hard time answering some of these questions, just in general, because we probably don't need quite that many. A lot of the consumer goods questions regarding and surrounding prestige goods, also, like, it affects, like, how you can abuse and shift market share, or quite a bit is affected both by prestige goods and subventions. So a lot of things that, like, previously were, like, really good or really easy to just, like, know the answers to, just, like, are not easy to know the answers to anymore. When's our treaty up with them? We're gonna look to, like, fight them, like, kind of normal, even though that's not the best way to do it. It does overflow still? Perfect. Has the mod added industry rights for the modded companies? Yes. Know that there's a downside to law commitment treaties, -5 to opposing interest group for 20 years. Yeah, that's not the biggest deal. But you're right, maybe we should have... I think it's fine for passing tenant farmers, but we're probably under considering this too, yeah. Paradox tutorials usually aren't the best. Like, it's hard to make a tutorial that stands the test of time. I think, like, the EU4 tutorial is still the same tutorial, and so it's just, like, hopelessly outdated. My friend tried to get into EU4, and he, like, tried to do the tutorial, and he's like, bro, what the fuck is going on here? And I was like, I don't know. It's like, it wants you to colonize using a colonization mechanic that, like, no longer exists, and it's like, bruh. I think we're okay with going into, yeah, their pop attraction. We're getting through tenant farmers pretty easy. Pops already have a coffee obsession. It wants you to make iron, coal, and steel below 20 base price. Yeah, that's, like, actively bad to do. So... I think that we do want to make tools here, so we're going to put tools on auto-expand in the capital. This tooling workshop's not necessarily going to be good, but I do think we're going to push tools to level 20 in the cap, probably. We'll have to take a look at what companies we want. Can you explain to me how the investment charter works exactly? It uses other companies' investment pool, but how? Who owns the buildings then? So, the buildings are owned by POPs in their country. We don't have one of these, so we can't really show it off, but the buildings are owned by POPs in their country. But even though POPs in their country own the building, they send money to your investment pool. I don't know if it's 100% of their reinvestment, but it uses the other countries. So if we had this on France, it uses the other countries' both construction and investment pool. So whatever proportion of investment pool contribution it is by the ownership POPs in their country that are, a subsidiary of your company, whatever that is just completely free. So, yeah, we need to get a company slot, though. This would be a net experiment. The worst thing is I can't deny this. No, you can't. This is like, the first thing you did is you booted up China. You're like, we're gonna feed the world. And by the world, we mean China, no one else. How would premium goods bring down SOL? So premium goods, currently, the way that goods consumption works is that it's based on the number of sell orders in the market, and so they will consume proportionate to the sell orders. So we have a taboo on liquor, so this doesn't quite work, but let's say liquor and, for the sake of this simplicity, let's just say, or these actually are substitutes for each other. Tea and wine are substitutes for each other. What's going to happen is our POPs are under-consuming wine because they have a taboo, but in a normal market, proportionate to the number of sell orders, they're going to consume that amount of wine and that amount of tea. And so generally speaking, if you only consider the orders within your own market, because trade flubs this quite hard, your price of wine will tend to be the same as your price of tea. The prestige goods make it so that POPs prefer to consume that good. So you could think of it like we have a prestige good of tea. What we really have is a taboo on wine, but you could think of it like we have a prestige good of tea, so our POPs consume this more. And since they consume more of it, they will buy a higher proportion of their buy basket. They're actually buying something that has a higher price than the lower price wine, let's say. And so because they're choosing to buy a more expensive buy basket, this is going to lower their SOL, which is maybe a good thing with the new POP growth changes, because you get your POP growth, unless you stack a bunch of mortality and birth rate modifiers, you get most POP growth at 15 SOL instead of 20 now. So prestige goods depressing your SOL might have like a downstream effect of like increasing your POP growth, which is like difficult to evaluate, like how good is that. So your prestige good depressing your SOL can be a good thing as well. And it's like it's like there's so many like downstream effects, especially with like trade being good now, that like I've like sat down to like try and think through like some tutorials, and then I've just been like, I can't even, like, there's too many things. I have to try and figure this out from the periphery. We're losing power rank. We got up to GP somehow, but now we're running a bunch of negative influence because we no longer have our former rivals. I'm not entirely sure we want to be a GP. I'm also not entirely sure I'm good at clicking this stuff. I don't think we want to rival all these cats just to stay a GP. Well, I think we're okay with Portugal and Netherlands. If this is enough to overcome enough of this influence malice to stay at GP, I think we'll be okay with that. And if it's not, we're also okay with those rivals. I liked your play for Panama. Is it possible to do the same as Luxembourg? Probably. Without access to the sea, will it still work? No, you can still do it, because you can get I forget what it's called. You can get access to the world market through Belgium. You can pay Belgium for it, and so this is how you do it. I'd maybe be... Well, actually, it might be a little bit easier as this, because you would have access to better companies. Oh, but you wouldn't be able to run mass migrations. That's kind of cute. You would have to keep the pop size really small. They've also nerfed your ability to get those treaties. I don't think the Panama run helped on the front of that not getting nerfed. What's your stance right now on giving investment rights as backward nation? I think it's just kind of bad, but like, we were thinking of doing it as a plan as Japan with the idea that we are going to eventually nationalize everything back and also declare war goals for it. And so we're not really giving them rights for the purposes of selling the buildings, because the math on selling buildings or other people buying your buildings is bad for you, and them getting a regional HQ for one of their companies is like apocalyptically bad. The 100% throughput bonus on food factories is really OP. Yeah. 95% meat consumption with 24 SOL. Yikes. Those pops ain't growing. Britain often makes Ottomans protectorate whenever Ottoman AI is threatened by Russia, which is very annoying. Yeah, we're not planning on becoming a protectorate, but... we'll take this. We already have a lot of enactment chance. I think we should be in good shape for that. We're also hopefully going to... Yeah, we're about to get above the next notch for Austria, and I think these guys have rivaled us. Yeah, so Russia's going to be a little bit harder, but Austria is helping out. Do you think IG attraction is scuffed this patch? It absolutely is scuffed. It doesn't work properly. They, like, half fixed it, but maybe we can find a pop and kind of show what's going on. I'm trying to think what pop we're supposed to look at. Let's look for census data. Let's do... where are they working in? Employment. Only employed. Or let's... Here, let's look at shopkeepers. Because I was looking at this with Tarkus the other day. So, shopkeepers that are employed in mines specifically should never be rural folk. We don't see many shopkeepers that are rural folks. But in particular, a lot of the way that it's bugged is that pops, after promoting, they stay tied to an interest group they shouldn't. Is the way that it was not working. We can maybe find a pop for this later. Because a lot of our guys are probably what we started with, rather than not promoting. We probably have to play like 10 or so years into the game to really be able to kind of show off. But they are promoting and then they're not switching their IG properly. But it seems fixed for capitalists, which are like kind of the most important one. All reinvestment done by regional HQs is sent to the IP of the home country. All of it? 100%? Yeah, that's probably bad. But even if it was 50-50, it would like still be bad. The amount of modifiers it requires to lower the base mortality now? Nearly 10% lower base mortality? Oh, to make 10 SOL be the optimal growth? Point. Interesting. I haven't taken a close look at it. I have to update that spreadsheet. Transit rights won't let you set interest, though. We did do a lot of shuffling around the interest on the Panama run. I think you can eventually look to take Wallonia. But then you're just kind of playing Belgium if you take Wallonia and the other stuff. I'm from Indonesia. Nice to meet you. Hello. Panama run was amazing. I loved it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Why are regional HQs so apocalyptically bad? Because you like when your construction and your investment pool is spent for buildings for you, and what it does is it spends for buildings for other people. We're gonna do this and be a little bit uncomfortable about it. But we're trying to avoid some bad things. Do we need this other one? Here, let's maybe do this. I think we are using the best PM that we have available on the urban centers, or the government admins. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we do need the last one. Let's be a little bit precise here, though. I'm 35 million pops with the Netherlands. I don't have a growth problem. And I don't have freedom of movement mandate. It's pretty good depending on how much land you've taken. Pop attraction bug is solved. Tarkus and I observed something that you shouldn't see with it, which was that rural folk in mines. I think, let me figure out exactly. You should not have shopkeepers joining the rural folks in mines, and we noticed that that was happening. I think was what we noticed. Which is a hard requirement, so you should never see it. So here, for the rural folk, is a hard requirement for pop requirements, unless they change the requirement and the wiki is wrong, which the wiki is often wrong about stuff, but it has to be employed in a non-mining or rubber rural building in order to be part of the IG. And if you have an iron mine with a pop that is part of rural folk, then something's amiss, something's not working properly. Although the attraction could be fixed. It's possible the attraction's fixed and this is just a different bug. And just the requirements aren't applying properly. That would be separate, but yeah, that's also possible. So we observed something that indicates that it's not fixed, but it might just be indicative of another bug as well. You can filter rural folk? You're so right. According to Passionates, it was fixed. Something's not fixed then. Yeah, I mean, it could be a separate bug. This is true. I was inferring that it was not fixed on that basis, but yeah. Hey, I only saw you streaming now, but heads up, the version you're playing with the bug banks, bank executives and the banker trait we just patched. Like just patched, like 10 minutes ago just patched, or just patched like an hour and a half ago just patched? There's a bug with the bank executives and their banker trait that we just patched. I have no subjects. Trade League in Mexico and Japan annexed Hanover. You annexed Hanover. Trade League with Mexico and Japan. That's not too big, so yeah, that's a lot of pops for what you got going on. That doesn't appear to be happening anymore. The shopkeepers in your game aren't rural folk at all. Oh wait, they're bugging out in the urban center still. Oh noes. Yeah. So I think at last minute we can join in here on France's side to reset our attitudes. It's probably good. Maybe you start linking your spreadsheet and your spreadsheet videos. If it's not linked, that's an error on my part. I think the latest one is not linked. That's my mistake. But yeah, something is amiss, but it's not necessarily the attraction thing. It could be a separate issue, right? Shopkeepers could just be joining the rural folk when they're not supposed to, as like a separate thing. So alright, we're getting rid of tenant farmers here. That's gonna be pretty nice. We do want to get off of traditionalism. I think we just keep things a little bit smooth. Almost certainly going interventionism right away some way is probably good. Maybe there's some sort of like Rev abdicate nonsense that we could do, but we're just gonna play in a little bit more of a straightforward way. China is the best company in the mod, gives 5 legitimacy, 5 influence and authority, prestige silk, cover silk clothes. I think that's generic. I don't think that's part of the mod. The new China company is very interesting. I think doesn't it give 10 legitimacy or something? By the way, great lifting content too. Thank you. I thought I was the only guy lifting hard and keeping an Excel spreadsheet when I came back home. Yeah, I have an Excel spreadsheet for like all my maximum lifts across like different rep ranges. Oh my god, I forgot to join. Can we still join? That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need to min-max. We don't need to reload just to get our attitude good with France. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We can't do make protectorate. No. Oh, I hate this. This is a new bug. Or no, wait. Is this to prevent the cheese? So we declare neutrality here. Which I'm not abundantly sure that we should. Let's just declare neutrality here. Then can we deck on them? We've noticed some instances where we can't deck on people we should be able to, just because there's a play ongoing, even though neither of us is in the play. Specifically annexing subjects, we were noticing that, I think it was Brazil, in our Brazil run. We do see minus 28 for Russia. So Russia's not as gung-ho about going after us. We could just save and see if we can go after Persia here. That's probably okay. Let's take a quick save and then go after Persia. If Russia joins, we'll reload. The good old psychotic Russia kind of gambit. Getting rid of tenant farmers. Apologies. English is my second language. It technically is my second language, but that's a very strong technically. English is the only language I can speak fluently. I imagine there's like a 50% chance Russia joins against us here. I kind of don't think we really like... Oh, I guess we... If we sway Russia, Russia's just gonna join against us and we're gonna feel stupid. I was thinking sway Russia for remove Baku as a thing. Any of these guys not good at offense? I remember seeing 2 offensive planners. This guy's actively good at defense, so we'll put him on adamant defense. And then Russia does an instant join. Very nice. This is a good one. Yeah. So quick to call it a bug. Fairly sure that's intentional. You're supposed to never have any rural folk guys in mines, I believe. Unless the wiki's lying. Wiki often lies. We can take a look at mines and see if there's, reloading is sinful. True. True if big. If we were playing Iron Man, we don't declare that war there unless, like, it's minus 40 or less with Russia, especially because Russia has split states with us. You declaring neutrality now? You have to declare neutrality now, it's not a bug. Even with a subject where neither of you is in on the play? Treaty cheese, Russia for that, for them to piss off. They really hate that prospect. I mean, we haven't negotiated. Generally, if someone's belligerent towards you, the negotiations are just way worse, has been our observation, so we haven't really tried to push it. Which is one of the reasons why, like, playing nice with everyone is just, like, so strong. This patch. We're losing money. Do something like that. Iron mode for the real Victorians. Yeah, I mean, This is an interesting thing too. Watching, because EU4, like, the standard is playing on Iron Man, and then like Vic 3, the standard is not playing on Iron Man. And I think a big portion of that is actually the Diplo plays being kind of chaotic, but they're not anywhere near as chaotic as they were. Like, it used to just absolutely be insane. Although, I still don't... We'll go for that one. Normally, we never pick that one. I still don't like that, you can completely brick your run by accidentally clicking swap sides instead of declare neutrality. If you're, like, playing on Iron Man. I mean, you have to bird, but... I was talking about declaring wars with a play already active, not IG attraction. Oh, okay. It also prevents old EIC change, where you deck on EIC and then join to opium wars. I anticipate that this is the reason why they did it. It seems like there's a lot of Pluto Nakos. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. It seems like there's a lot of stuff targeted at like meta cheese this patch, and it kind of has Doodles' signature on it to a large extent. This is the type of stuff that would upset Doodles, so I think Doodles is kind of pushed for a lot of the metagame exploit killing stuff, which I don't really have a problem with, because sometimes I don't like doing it, and then like I feel bad if I don't like play relatively meta, and so I kind of like them just getting rid of it. I think that getting rid of Turtle Island was like stupid though. They should have just left that in the game. I only play Iron Man. We maybe do a poll here, for the YouTube at least. Do you play? Because I am a little curious. I feel like Vic 3, the density of Iron Man players is much, much lower than EU4, but I could be mistaken. If we get our relations away from poor, that would help a lot. Also, we could swap in this government to try and get better agreements and this type of thing. I wonder why there's no non-aggression pact. Maybe not the time period for that, eh? Non-aggression. They've acquired quite a bit more infamy, so... Right? Because this is the second play they've done. But we have to declare neutrality before we can deck on them. That's actually like a good thing, because this prevents you from doing the double war goals thing, where you would join with them on one side of a play, and then you would effectively be able to generate additional war goals. So I actually do like this change, I think. It's a little clunky with the, like... Yeah, now we can protect rid of them. Russia's up to -41. So it's less likely they join, but again, we have split states with Russia, so more likely they join. Anyone who plays Vic 3 on an Iron Man is a masochist? Yeah. Kind of what I think, but I've never played Iron Man back when I played. Too buggy. Yeah, so like, this was like one of the big things is like, you could just get runs entirely bricked if you played Iron Man on the release version of the game, but I don't think that's quite the case, other than you can accidentally swap sides on a rev and kill your run that way. That's like kind of how you do it. Looks like most people don't play on Iron Man. 15% is kind of Hey, Joe Pro! Welcome, welcome. One of the longest subs. How you doing, bro? The neglect I feel as a lowly Twitch viewer. Not like this. Not like this. The poll. Nobody's forcing you to reload? Yeah, paying out your, like, 20% of your income or 10% or whatever it is just so painful, though. Loud car enjoyers refuse to take advantage of the Boer State's free gold. We're not refusing, but we are expanding our interests in an organic way, just like radiating out. And so we're not going to have an interest in the Boer Estates for some time. We could go for something else. I mean, maybe we could annex Jabal Shammar here. Maybe we could play Jabal Shammar. Interesting that Great Britain and Austria are the limiting factors there. Yeah, we would love to get this off of, like, antagonistic and this type of stuff, though. I think trade in general will help us on that front. The trade centers are importing arms. What is this? I don't remember putting all this in the queue. Do I just not have a brain and I clicked control when I didn't mean to? Yeah. What's your CPU? AMD Ryzen 5600. Hyped about the new patch. The new patch is very exciting. Joe Pro. There's a lot going on. I'm like shocked at how many viewers I'm getting on streams. Maybe I should be streaming more. The biggest cheeses aren't gone though. The one where you give states around subjects to lower liberty desire and annex things are like EIC and Qing as soon as you transfer a protectorate them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that one's not gone. That one, like the math that is done on taking states, like that entire like thing should probably be reworked. I imagine it's like the ideal fix, but you were right, that's not fixed. I generally don't use that one. Actually, I don't think I've ever really used that one. I'm aware of it. Like, in theory, we should just annex Egypt right now and it would be fairly easy. Because we would just transfer... We would transfer all of Egypt's territory... Or sorry, we'd transfer all of Tripolitania's territory to Egypt so that we could increase or lower their liberty desire. And then once we lower their liberty desire, or we might even have to transfer more than just Tripolitania. We'll just transfer some of our stuff too. And we lower their liberty desire and then transfer all of their stuff back to Tripolitania. And then once we transfer everything back to Tripolitania, then we annex Tripolitania, who's already like the lower tier. And because all of the stuff of Egypt is unincorporated, annexing Tripolitania is like 4 infamy or something, and we just annex all of Egypt for like 4 infamy, with the exception of their capital. So, when you realize everything's based on an in-game tick, you can, for example, make law pass just by 1 day. Yeah, because you're safe scumming the law pass, but we don't really safe scum the law pass. Michael Nix, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. So, it's very rare for us to safe scum a law pass, and usually I only do it if, like, it's holding back, like, the entire run or something like this. I think, like, the number of times we've done it for videos is, like, less than 5. But, yeah, aware that you can't do it every time. Do we exile this slaver idiot? Hedonistic bandit. Alright. So we want to get on interventionism. Man, it does make the landowners super pissed. So we're going to kind of give them a little bit of a break here and go for landed voting. Who doesn't like this? Who's getting the stall chance? The movement? Let's go for this. So you have a truce with Egypt? Yeah, but we're annexing Tripolitania. But like, yeah. Loud tractor noise, basically. So I have a general question, I have a general answer. That's good. When picking companies, are you trying to cover as many buildings as possible? Yeah, I think, well, it's not that you're trying to cover, I think, as many buildings as possible, as I think you're trying to cover as large a proportion of total construction costs or total employment levels depending on which you find important for your entire economy. So for our economy right now, this is a very normal looking economy because we have very few tooling workshops, but we have 600 construction or 6,000 construction in textile mills, right? And then we have something like arms industries. I think have a construction cost of 800. We have 1,600 construction and arms industries. And looking at it that perspective, just the proportion of your economy that it juices is maybe the way to look at it. But also, because trade is now actually good, whatever this is, like, it's also, there's an inverse relationship with this relative to other countries. So if every other country has a tooling company, you actually would not want a tooling company, even though it's the highest proportion of your economy, because you would benefit more by specializing on something other than it. The -5 to landowner approval doesn't feel so good now, does it? It's fine. You're right, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? Nobody, nobody opposes, landed voting. Oh, these can't be renegotiated now? Fantastic. Excellent change. You used to just be able to renegotiate. Sorry if this is obvious, but I just realized treaty negotiations with GPs, you can sometimes get a lot of positive approval from letting them transfer goods to you. Yeah, so that's generally if they're making a lot of money from the transfer. So right now, we're making money from the transfer of we're selling tea for 12k, and we buy it in our own market for 9k, so we're making 3k on the transfer. So I assume if they make a lot of money on the transfer, then they're a pretty big fan of it. I think that's good for us. Oh, we can't make an agreement with them. Trade privileges. But yeah, like, they are okay transferring, like, something like grain to us because their grain price is cheaper than ours, so they will buy it in their market, sell it in ours, and they will make money. But we could actually arbitrage, you know, something like grain or tea even. So they have a super, super cheap price here. So we're buying tea in our market and selling it to Great Britain. We can get China to do the same to us, which will actually increase our margin. So one of the ways to really abuse treaties is to do a lot of this nonsense. And we need zero influence. What's this about? Because I think that you needing zero influence to do anything is kind of a little bit silly. But this is one of the silly, like, kind of things, because we can take a bunch of stuff from China and then transfer it to someone else, or, like, get Great Britain to transfer us opium and then us transfer it to China, something like this. And, like, just running a whole bunch of these is very strong. Hey, Yankees fan, thank you for the $10. Big, big nice. Ethiopia run when? We should have had that as an option in the poll. If you were here, we would have put it in as an option. But, yeah, like, thank you so very much. Like, in theory, we should be, like, searching for a ton of these, but... Because we don't pay money for these. It just increases the prices in our market to the detriment of our pops. But if we do a bunch of these, we'll have a ton of these goods in our market, and then we can send them to other people. And in particular, China can't export them, so this probably makes a lot of our trade centers more profitable, but then we can also do goods transfers as well. In some spots, like, let's see if we could good transfer anything to them. So you see how we have very cheap luxury furniture. We could actually make money transferring luxury furniture to them. And so, like, doing a lot of this, especially with China, because China doesn't run as much trade as they ought to, because of their kind of unique trade situation. It probably sets yourself up pretty well. We could say, we won't tariff your tea, because we wouldn't. And now, 97% chance we do this. If I'm not mistaken, we don't lose money on the stuff they're sending to us, and now we're making money because we're buying luxury furniture and shipping it out. But also our margin on the teas got better because us taking in tea from China lowers the tea price in our country. Sorry, I can't help but laugh at your pain. That's so much pain. So that's why you want me to play Ethiopia every run. We're gonna have a fun time playing Ethiopia in EU5, though. Man, oh man, Ethiopia's like got some really good resources. Or they're good resources by. Technically, it's like in Nubia. Is it good to ask the GP to dump goods? Yeah, because you can just arbitrage it. So now, like, we could turn around, look at our market, right? And say, hey, look, fabric's really cheap now. As is wine. I think French pops are obsessed with wine, so now we could come in here and we could try and ship off. It looks like they don't like this, but this would make us a ton of money. If we could send anything out, we could... Well, we would want to see how much this is making. So see how it's cheaper in our market than Britain? So this would be decent for us to go for. We could even just propose this, but what we could do is... You know who probably has really cheap wood? I don't think they're going to go for it, but we could... Oh, well, maybe they will go for it. Like, arbitrage wood into our own market and then ship it out to other people's market, right? So, like, doing this is, like... I think that we're not trying to abuse this super hard, but, like, this is, like, one of the major gaps in treaties in terms of things that they haven't nerfed yet. Is you could generate a lot... It's hard to get direct... It's a lot harder to get direct money, but you can do a lot of that stuff to try and get money. If that makes sense. This is something that bothered me about how trade centers work, that you can only import or export a good from a trade center, but not both. No arbitrage. Treaties, that's awesome. Yeah. You had the Ottomans, they're basically the same thing. Anyways, play around China trade center bug without investment rights and spamming centers early before giving monopolies them. And we need to trade around the trade center bug. What trade center bug? That they can only build them in Guangdong? That's a feature. They have a unique law. Maybe I'm just unfamiliar with this bug, but they do have the Canton system. Inspired to do a max arbitrage run? Yeah, I mean, you could get a lot done. So that this is like why I've kind of said earlier that this might be the easiest Indian territory patch, like with the exception of like a couple where, like there's one where you could get, like very early on, you could just get USA to like just back down by having France on your side. The USA would not consider its conscripts when evaluating its own military power, so it would just back down if you had France as an ally 100% of the time. Just transfer opium to China is a pretty solid way of money-making method, yeah. So, if we do an opium drug run, this is almost certainly something we transfer. We don't have any to transfer. But we could try and peel some off of Great Britain or something like this. And they're kind of into it, and then send it to China. But I don't think we're looking to like uber push this run in that way. So tweak the amounts. I guess with arbitrage, that's not actually a trade center issue per se. It's a problem with using homogeneous single price world market as an intermediary. Yeah, this is one of the issues with the world market. To some extent, it's solved by trade advantage. But I think that trade advantage should actually just be like kind of like doubled or something. And you should have a way to, if you're the only person, if you corner the market, you still have like trade advantage. Like Great Britain should be able to run over people harder on this, I think. But they can't. Also, it's not always net zero. You get some of these instances where... but yeah, like, the price difference here, -3, I think you could honestly just double this, so it's -6. And these guys have to pay +34. Which would push them out of the market and then just be France and Belgium, but... Or something like this. But, like, I feel like Great Britain doesn't get as much value as they should, like, kind of on a historic basis, as a result of being able to bully people via trade. They don't build them even after free trade. Oh, they just only build in Guangdong. Yeah. Transferring oil to China is also insanely profitable. I believe it. Did their attitude towards us change? I know it's neutral now, but... Or their attitude, was it domineering before? I think it was always belligerent. I wonder how hard it is to get Great Britain to pass no colonial affairs. Oh, bro, that's probably really good. Like, better than getting them to not agree to not... Because it's really hard to get them to agree to not colonize somewhere where they're colonizing, but them passing no colonial affairs also does the trick, huh? I imagine it's actually not as hard as it should be. That's devious. You need to have something... You need to have a government that... Well, you just, like, put the rural folk in gov, right? That's hilarious. That's super cute. Does our rural folk not support? Them getting off of it? Why can't we tell them to get off of it? Oh, is it because we just don't have colonization laws yet? We're researching it now. Trying to get closer to companies. Infrastructure be damned. Getting GB to pass no colonial affairs would be crazy. Yeah, that's. I think that is kind of fucking crazy. I think that's good, and it'll be easier than to get them to not colonize Kenya. I just don't know why we can't get them to commit it. I think it's because we don't have the tech. I guess we'll check back in when we have the tech. GB is OP in this game. They should be, but for wrong reasons. Yeah. They should be OP because they control the flow of goods, and this like isn't really how they're OP. I hate how they could drag 200 EIC battalions into each of their wars. Yeah. I think, yeah. No, that's fair. That is fair. This lies. It says -54, but there's no way it's actually -54. The reason being is that as soon as we get that -33 relations, we're gonna take a 17 relation hit with Russia. So we probably need to improve to like -1 before we deck on Persia there. It would still be a matter of whether your prices are higher or lower than the world's single market price. I think you could still arbitrage if you get enough trade advantage. It's calculated per trade center. You could have a trade center. You can be on both sides of a trade at the world market. You can be both an importer and an exporter. in the world market because you have variable prices. It's a lot easier to do if you don't have a lot of mappy, and easier to observe. So if you play as a country that's relatively backward and you don't push the mappy, you can see this more easily. But you can be on both sides of a trade in the world market, which is effectively arbitrage, but it doesn't really feel like arbitrage, because arbitrage is like arbitrage would involve you edging out the world market rather than like participating in the world market, I feel like. Whereas like if I'm importing and exporting sugar, right, I'm not really edging the people out of the interaction of my importing and exporting sugar. It's going to the world market and then it's coming back out. And it doesn't quite feel like this colonial extraction. Like, in terms of the economic simulation, this is like one of my frequent kind of critiques, is that Victoria 3 fails to simulate the extractive nature of colonialism. Why didn't you join the Opium War? We're declaring our... Well, first of all, Great Britain is way less about both declaring the Opium Wars and also siding in. You can see that they actually haven't taken the treaty port. So I don't think the Opium Wars happened yet, but I'm not 100% sure. Because I think they could also just open market, and that might have been what they went for, rather than treaty port. But we're also trying to play in a little bit more of an organic way, so we're just declaring interests radiating out from like our kind of basis of power, and China is not close to us, so it's another reason why we didn't go for this. Do we still have a truce with them? Yeah. I don't think I've played Ottomans since they made Egypt a subject of them, so... They might have something like the AI won't pass consumption-based taxation regardless of if they agreed via law commitment. Try buying Kenya. Definitely worth a try. I mean, certainly, like, hilarious if it works. Colonial offices institution stops them from passing. Oh, you're so right. Everyone else you can stop, I guess. But yeah. And they never swap out their institutions. I still don't 100% understand what laws are available for law commitment. The person who is asking for the commitment has to, which often for you is just like reversed of what's intuitive. They have to have someone in their government that supports the law. So if you want to get a law commitment for multiculturalism, you need to find someone that has like a humanitarian in their government. So it's hard to get it for multiculturalism. So I kind of think that law commitment's maybe a little bit cheesy, but I'll probably just use it every time for multiculturalism, but the problem is finding someone who supports it. So, like, multiculturalism just forever being, like, a weird law to pass without cheese will continue to rear its ugly, loud car outside. I love when you talk about edging the world market. Hell yeah, brother. The journal entries bug from Opium Wars. It doesn't appear at game start sometimes. Oh, maybe that would explain also what we've observed. We've observed very passive Great Britain relative to China. They remove mapping and construction penalty from unincorporated states. It will simulate exploitation much faster. For now, the most exploitive thing you could do while subjugating someone is debt slavery. Yeah, and like. The thing that gets me is, like, the SOL is never, like, super hyper low in your colonial territories. It's like, SOL is, like, 20 or something, and it's like, bruh, this isn't it. What the game does now, better simulation-wise, is incentivizing you to underdevelop your colonies, and except for resources for the purposes of being input goods, yeah. And weak trading partners as GP, especially 1.9. Yeah, I agree it's a lot better. It's just, in an era that was, like, more about, like, establishing asymmetries in trade and production than, like, any other era, like, proportionally or proportionate differential, like, it's, like, underdone. Does anyone have issues with making armies defend naval invasions? Naval invasions, like, look different because they get a front, and so it looks like you've already been landed, but you haven't been landed yet. It's like just visually it looks different. What company? What are you using now? We're using the more companies mod, more unique companies, or muck, which gives you more unique companies, as you might be able to infer, based on the name. I'm not sure what our first company will be even. Maybe this is something for us to think about. We are trying to push company relatively fast because we are using this mod. And maybe this is a reason to not play Ottomans, because they're pretty far from their first company. We do want to take Suez, though, and I think go for the Suez Canal absolutely first. Which is one of the reasons why we're pushing colonization relatively early. What are your thoughts on the religious power block? 5% pop growth's real good, but, like, their other stuff kind of sucks. Oh, Russia's damaging relations. No. Not like this. So they'll just slowly decay down. God damn it. Well, at least they can't get worse than belligerent, I don't think, so the fact that we'll decay into -20 territory is not a big deal. I think we're still improving with Austria, though. Russia's -55 here, but I think they still join against us because we have split states and we hate our guts. So I think that this is a lie, man. Maybe they just uber join because their desire to join on our side is uber, like, bad. Game looks interesting, but not the kind of game I'd play after a long day at work. I can respect that. We could take a save and go for it again. We also just are maybe going to go after these guys relatively soon. I think we could just yoink states from them, and that's how we're supposed to do this. And we're not cheesing them, so... 4 months left. Let's just see what happens in 4 months. We could suppress pro-slavery. This is maybe reasonable use of authority for us. Also, tax meat. I think I like taxing meat. Actually, our lower rung pops eat a lot of meat now, I think. It's not the worst on this front. The base wages in unincorporated states should be like 3 times lower than incorporated states on colonial exploitation. This would be one way to approach it, yeah. I mean, they would starve to death super hard. Maybe that's okay. I feel like the pop growth would maybe need to look a little bit different. But they've moved into that direction where, like, if you have SOL 10, you can grow better. Like, much better than before. Can you please put the mods name? More unique companies. Does the mod have new prestige goods and types? They have prestige goods on their companies. I don't know if they add specifically a new category of prestige good. But we see, like, tractors here, for example. Trade privileges. Acquire trade privileges with France. I think we're kind of good with that. No, not like this. Not the molasses flood. Not my gumdrop buttons. Okay, so... I think that gives us a lot of extra acceptance, right? So what can we get from them? Are they cool with any arbitrage? No, not really. Are they cool giving us stuff? They would be cool sending us this. The real thing for us to get from them. To be fair, our investment pool is growing faster than we can drain it. Oh my god, we should have added way more construction. I'm being stupid here. We can agree not to subvention luxury furniture or luxury clothes. Not to tariff sugar. We can agree not to tariff furniture. Yeah, this isn't very likely to go through. Just +5. 25% is not the worst, though. Fair is fair. We, like, absolutely should just have more construction here. It is, like, painful because we're running a negative balance, but, like, our investment pool is growing, like, way too big. So let's add a little bit of extra. And also swap on iron frame, the real issue. Trying to answer too many questions, maybe. We'll exile this boyo. Many will starve, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, basically. Yeah, I feel silly. Are we winning something? No, we just kind of been playing a little bit silly for the last 3 years, it turns out. Why not your gumdrop buttons? Not my gumdrop buttons. We can't let them eat those. Is protectionism the best trade law? I kind of think it is, but with a relatively low degree of confidence. Oh, hell yeah. So now we're running a huge deficit of iron, but we can actually drain our investment pool maybe, eh? Polo Bixa, thank you for the follow, big nice. Seems like the most recent hotfix patch makes it harder to get mutual trade privileges. Yes. And I think this is good. I thought it was really stupid that they would give you... It's a mutual thing, so like I feel like you shouldn't just like get like spike +80 towards getting other stuff. So I'm kind of a fan that this no longer is like +60 or +80. I think that was a little bit silly. How likely is it to EIC to fracture? We've seen a lot of EIC breaking free and fracturing or being like Mughals or whatever it is. Hindustan. So I think free trade is better when you get big. If you get big enough, free trade starts being bad again. I don't know. If you actively want exports and not imports, mercantilism can be good. Platico 90. It's almost platypus, but it's platico. Not like this. Thank you for the follow, big nice. It seems that the profit will ever go to their HQ. What was your previous question? Donger asked a question, asked for help. So what happens with foreign companies' regional HQs if I nationalize them? Would they contribute to your investment pool? If you nationalize them, then their industries belong to you now, yeah. So they won't belong to the opponent anymore. I disagree, I still think it's good when you're super big. So, like, another big thing is, like, trade advantage gets diluted out significantly. And I think there are actually also instances where you want tariffs to decrease volume of trade in particular areas. But this does mean better prices. I mean, I still think you prefer being able to push the treaties. I don't know. I think that there's probably a band at which you care less about the treaties because you could get the treaties anyways. But I don't know. The flexibility is like pretty high value. Like, because like getting slightly better prices in your trade centers. So the question is like, how many treaties do you need to be able to get that you would not have otherwise gotten for it to be better? Is maybe a way to ask it to yourself. And also, if you ever want to tariff something, you obviously can't tariff it, because I think that that's actually useful. Just to kind of like stop the trade of certain goods. And if the answer to that treaty question is like 1, then it's hard for that not to be like best, right? But I could be wrong. I've been pretty open about saying I really don't know which one of these is best. That's just like my opinion as it is right now. Someone says protections is best. If you're super big, you're going to be pretty much the only one exporting everything, and if you're exporting everything and the only one importing everything, you are importing. Yeah, and if that is the case, trade advantage becomes kind of irrelevant. That's my take. At a certain point, you're big enough that you can get the treaties regardless. Yeah, but there's like there's a spot where you're big, but you're not the only person running the trade. I think that would be like the sweet spot. I just don't know if you're in that band of time for long enough to justify like swapping onto a particular law for it. Importing resources and exporting tools or whatever, yeah. No, like this is like the... Yeah, once you're sufficiently big. Is our treaty not up with them? Do we have to do something special to take their land? Not like this. Or do we have to wait for an event? Or is it a journal entry? We need to not be neutral in this play, probably. I think we gotta be neutral either way, so let's just do that, and then... Yeah. Adana. We're gonna take a quick save and just go for it, and I'm guessing Russia sides against us and then we cry. If your GP and other countries are taking advantage of you, treating you very badly by running big trade surpluses, go mercantilist to discourage imports and make yourself great again. I'm not entirely unconvinced that the negative trade advantage, if you want to push up prices specifically, isn't a good thing. I think that is probably not, but... I don't know, the problem is, like, the evaluation that you would do before in a lot of instances, like, no longer applies, because now you have to consider multiple markets, and it's just harder to, like, evaluate and look at. Could we have declared this in a different region? I think we need the claim in order to declare on them, which is an important kind of, like, distinction, and that means that we could not have declared it in a different HQ. Amazing. We won't sway them because we really don't want them to join. Or sorry, we would not want them to join and Russia to join. I think that overall that's not a good thing for us. I think we'll take the really unpopular slaver and move this guy here. Your USA run, I'm 44 billion GDP and still make a decent use of trade advantage. You might be under specializing. Although maybe specializing is not so good, and Autarkic is better. If you like specialize hard enough, you become the only person running once like a particular side of the trade relatively quickly. Like the video that we did for release as Russia, we completely were the only one trading hardwood and softwood, so trade advantage became irrelevant at that point. We do not want to give Great Britain investment rights in Egypt. Yeah, this is kind of grim. This might be a reload, friends. I mean, we could transfer them like Tunis. Transferring Tunis is honestly not terrible. Just kind of move things along if we transfer Tunis. Is there a shot that we can blitz them down and then defend against Russia? And abuse Russia via landings. We don't have a single... Oh, we do have a navy. Why do we build a fleet for nothing? Crazy. Is there a shot we win this? I guess we could just try and win it. The AI's like a little bit stronger than it used to be. Oh, we should have... We can still turn up PMs. I think we'll very quickly run shortages if we use other stuff. Just put chocolate on everyone. I think the big difference is whether you're expanding your market all over the world or keeping it contained and leaving trade partners, though. Yeah, or if, how you're approaching it. If you're trying to dominate a singular good one at a time until you control the entire market. I also need a bigger sample size on kind of some of the bigger powers. You would claim it Anatolia or Arabia? Do we really have a... Oh yeah, but we need a claim in Egypt to really kind of dodge people's interests. Right, because Russia will have an interest in Arabia and Anatolia. We're going for the Anatolia one. But like here, we would... Actually here, we wouldn't even dodge the Russian interests. We could reduce their autonomy to, like... Maybe we just return all our states and take... Well, there's no way they back down with the amount of help that they have, so let's return all of our states, and then if we have leftover... Can we, actually? Do we have enough? We have 119. Yeah, we can do that. And then we could also conquer Sinai. We will eventually get a claim on Sinai, but I think us just wanting to get the canal a little bit faster is maybe an argument for this. Actually, no, let's just wait and we'll get it next war. Well, this I don't think we can do. We cannot resist the forces of both Isengard and Mordor. God. Neither Egypt or GB wanting to help us also really hurts. I understand that we got up to 17 infamy, but that's painful. I've been granting Egypt independence and declaring on Eritrea to prevent everyone from joining. You only returning Adana. You only return Adana. Oh, did I just like select all the wrong ones? No, these are all return CBs. We could just get around this so easily just by cheesing it. Maybe that's what we're supposed to do. Offer GB humiliation? I don't think they want it. They want, oh, they do. Humiliate Russia. They're on board. I don't know if they help us enough, but... Maybe they do. I still don't know if we win this, but... We could go for Russian, either Kars or Dobruja to, like, deny them. I think I, like, prefer Kars. To then make them less about taking our stuff. And we want to work our way towards Baku eventually. Take Armenia, but then we have an exclave. We'll just take the relatively nice-looking cars. These are old messages. Yeah, we tend to get behind on chat a little bit. GBI is sending army and like finding a healthy river in Sahara. Yeah, I think that this is likely to be a reload because we just don't get the support we need from GB. But we're gonna see what we can do here. Bueller, is the AI really just not gonna cover our front? I mean, I guess that's one way we can win. I mean, looks like EIC is sending, at the very least. God, move select is such a good change. They're really not going to cover? I mean, I guess I don't hate it because, like, it means I think we win this war kind of easy, but this is kind of also insipid, eh? It was cute as we could loop around through to Austria. Yeah, we have no more maneuvers, so this is kind of it for us. Should have invited a loyal community member for help. Yeah, just make it super easy. Don't read any of my old messages. I don't want to retype it all. You should read all of your old messages. Okay. Okay, let's read through them. Also, if you're running investment rights on companies, you kind of want to push those industries for other countries to trade as well. You want to push those industries for other companies, push them in other countries so they're trading them, or push it domestically so that you're the only one running the trade. Or it happens automatically as you build them, yeah. Like, how am I supposed to specialize in steel when Carnegie owns roughly 10% of global GDP is pushing steel everywhere? Well, you don't... Yeah, the ubiquitousness of foreign investment might mess with the idea of owning all the trade simultaneously. That's fair enough. But locked in? Yeah, I mean, locked into whatever this is. I guess we could put a adamant defense guy in there. I don't think we need it, but... Oh, my kingdom, my kingdom. So we'll always try and take the shortest route towards Ingria. I think what the 10 stack we have here, we actually just don't, we use to land. So let's move these guys here, actually, and then move these guys here. Something like this. They're already there. AI seems to be much more stingy on committing troops in wars like last game I called France. Yeah, they don't like it if they're not, like, if they don't have a contiguous land basis to the front, generally before, but if they're more stingy about it, then that's, like, considerably worse for them. I mean, they have a 27 stack here, so they can make an adjustment relatively quick. It looks like they mobilized 800, but they might just be keeping a lot at home. We have an advantage on most of these fronts, though. And we got EIC moving in here. We're gonna take our 10 stack that currently isn't assigned to the front. We're gonna make them look a little bit different. Looks like they are defending their home HQ, so we'll land this HQ instead. Because nobody's defending this HQ. If no one defends this, then this is easy peasy. I'm just realizing I need to provide context for everything I said. I'm assuming you have treaty ports everywhere and running both sides of the trade. Well, that's a little bit of a bit of context now, isn't it? Yeah, in a world where you have treaty ports everywhere, maybe having a more trade advantage is better, but also you might just be able to force everyone out of the trades, just in general. That's quite a bit of context, though. I think treaty ports are mega OP. I think they're strong. I haven't gotten enough time to play with them, though, to evaluate either OP or mega OP. Alright, well, what is this about? Why is no one on the front? Oh, they are on the front now. Cool. Now, are you in yet? This is the thing, is like landings look weird now. Okay, we're kind of on board with how they're defending this. It's not insanity anymore. AI got this 22 stack. So I imagine this 10 stack we actually want to pull off. We're getting pretty fast pushes here too. So we're winning, we're in okay shape. The landing's almost through. This we're really getting crushed on. So Tripletania will get occupied soon. This may be okay. Why do we have a front up here? Oh wait, okay, that makes sense. So here we're gonna move these guys off. If this 22 stack moves, we will be able to re-land somewhere else. Looks like we're not seeing a move quite yet. But now there's no one defending here, so... let's try this. Should have had more warm weather ports. Idiot. I got a question. The rule about trading centers get picked up to do the trade? Is there a rule? They go for the most profitable trade as far as I can tell. And so the way you change what they trade is by manipulating what's profitable through a variety of factors like tariffs, subventions, and also just building more stuff and less stuff and this type of stuff. Listen, I have kids. I'm tired. A convenient excuse. I'll send you a treaty port of what Hong Kong looked like in your last game. You'll send us a port? You mean a screenshot? I wish I could give or request investment rights for companies alone. This would be nice. Post on Discord? Yeah, that's probably where he's going to post it. Where he's going to post the treaty port. Wait, what is this front even? Is this just a confusing front? Where is this guy, actually? I don't know where this guy is. Is he a part of this front? He must be a part of this front. So that means we landed too high or something? Because we got an unfavorable front. This guy's gonna take this to the bank. Except, actually, if we occupy this, that's bad for us. $22 stacks not budging. Although we are getting occupations, so maybe this is fine. Get a 9 stack moving over. Yeah, it's probably not ideal for us to actually occupy this. In theory, we may be supposed to wind down how many people are pushing here. But actually, unifying these fronts makes sense. Yeah. I was gonna say unifying... oh, and it's Spaghetti's their dude? Hell yeah. Alright, this is a primary war goal. Let's grab this just by landing. They're not gonna have anyone defending this HQ. Looks like we are pushing in over here a little bit. Let's make sure that these guys grab cars. Oh, they already grabbed it. Perfect. I mean, they are decaying out here. Wow. This war, I thought, was kind of unwinnable, but it's not. Or, well, once GB joined it, like, didn't look so unwinnable, but... We'll say nah, dog. You left. You don't get back in. The Theocrat. Can we do better? What can we roll? We can roll a Theocrat, a Royalist, a Slaver. 1% Slaver. Yikes. Big yikes. Alright, what do we get? What's behind door number 1? A Royalist. Yeah, that's probably an improvement. Because we are a monarchist, so they'll be slightly happier. You bypass tariffs with treaty port and handle the incompetence of the AI, so I think treaty ports are not this OP. Do you still play Poe 2? No, we didn't really play too much Poe 2. I was more a fan of Poe 1, but the latest league like dropped like right in the middle of just being super busy with EU5 and Vic 3, both in terms of like getting access to EU5 and the 2 times I got it, and then also like the patch for Vic 3 that I just like I couldn't even consider it, and I'm not gonna join the party late. You know what I mean? I'm not into that. Joining the league late, so maybe next league play a little bit of Poe. Can I ask what CPU? AMD Ryzen 5600. Vic 3, you're freezing. Don't know why. Have an i5. So Intel has some issues on this patch specifically. I'd try and make sure everything's up to date regarding like drivers and this type of thing, but also more other people know more about it than I do. We're gonna put the tooling workshop on auto expand. Oh, it is. I'm gonna add one to the queue. Bit of Empire 2, aka Charters of Commerce. If you give a foreign company foreign investment rights and monopoly rights, wouldn't that prevent your financial district minor houses from building abroad in the relevant industries? I think they have to give it monopoly rights in their country. Don't mind seeing duplicate buildings and companies as long as it's a big amount of our construction. Well, duplicates are not useful, and duplicates are bad if you have a prestige good. So if we had duplicate motor industries, that would decrease our ability to have 100% prestige goods. But other than that, duplicates aren't like actively bad, I don't think. Maybe they are. 16% of people are liars. The people who say they play on Iron Man. A lot of people who are crossover players are going to play on Iron Man. I don't think that that's necessarily a lie. I think that's plausible. You're attacking with a depleted 10 stack in Egypt. These guys. Yeah, I think we want to repeatedly land with these guys. We could push them to Caucasus, but... us pushing Russia out is probably going to be an important play pattern here, though. So once their battle's over, because they are in a battle... But yeah, that push is going nowhere with those guys. Then we can land. Looks like Austria is kind of defending. It's unfortunate this didn't get occupied first. That would have been preferable. I mean, we could just try and see if we can land Lower Egypt, but I'm pretty sure that 22 stack stops us. I guess we could just land Aleppo. Or can we? Where's our 33 stack of a navy? Oh yeah, because we didn't notice what was going on. Alright, fair. I guess we'll just kind of push Russia around then and look to force Russia out. We do have the primary war goal. We don't have all of them, though. Wow, Transjordan is landable? Hi, Let's do that. Wow, you really land that from there? Not the other way? Oh no, wait. This guy's going this way, this guy's going that way. Yeah, yeah, that's what we were anticipating. So we're gonna land that from the other side there. Russia finally decides to defend up here. We're getting a faster push over here. What's this about? Where are you going? I think you come here. Yeah, this guy, we have to avoid this 47 stack, I guess. We also don't get in instantly with the landings, so that's kind of nice as well, from being able to abuse the AI super easy. What runs better, Vicky 3 or EU5 in terms of performance? I mean, I don't know by the time EU5 releases, but like, it's not optimized yet, so Vic 3. I imagine that by release it'll probably still be Vic 3. Kind of whack that Linux is the best way to play Vic 3 right now. It's truth hurts sometimes, doesn't it? I mean, how much does Russia want out? Wow, not as bad as Austria? Yeah, if Austria just decides they're done with this, that's kind of good for us. I think we want to continue kind of pushing the tier 1 tax here. Let's go empiricism into bonking. And then maybe we go charters. Kind of weird not getting Atmo engine this early. Maybe this is a mistake. But we have to go through text to get Atmo engine. Do I play real Iron Man because I want the pain for strategic failures? Yeah. Some people like to be challenged in that way. God bless Paradox for allowing achievements outside of Iron Man in Vic 3. Yeah, it's like, I think it's a significantly different environment than EU4, to be honest. Can't we do this? And abuse? Looks like they're pushing us out. Which might actually be good for us, because if they push us too far from this front, then we will get a new front when we invade here. And we will be able to use that to push towards here. Just waiting on the boat. Who's gonna carry it? The boat, not this war. Yeah, so we have the 100% landing here, because these guys can't properly defend against it. Are they just actually not defending properly against landings, though? Because you actually have to assign to defend. So we're getting a little bit of a push over here. What is it that they want? They want independence and Dobruja. They don't have Dobruja, so we shouldn't get ticked out here. So we're gonna win our battles. I played Iron Man initially because of EU4, Hoey, and CK2. You get access to console non-Iron Man, so I thought the same. Glad they made it like this in New Vic 3. Trade ports also give flat advantage and then multiplied by the modifiers. Yeah. Transjordan has a tiny coastline, that's why it's landable. Seems a little silly, but yeah. Oh, this is a singular front. Alright, we actually only want one person pushing this. We do want them rapid advancing, though. We go traditionalism. I also kind of like going colonization here. We'll go off of traditionalism. That we're getting pushed here is kind of a little bit spooky. We could move this 41 stack over. Did these guys get unassigned? No. This is just actually like a weak front for us because that's where all the Russians are at. These guys actually get pushed out. How do we most easily cause damage here? I think it's actually by unassigning and waiting. Just kind of seeing how things develop. We might have to move this 40 stack off. But I think we want to brick pushes, mainly. Unfortunately, we have to occupy quite a lot. But we can take both Austria and Russia below 0 here. And we can see Russia is below 0 already. So they're not really into it. We just have to make sure that they don't get Dobruja. We can't good transfer with people who hate you easily, but other than that, it seems better way to do trade. Yeah, this is like a counterpoint to Yankees fans, kind of. There's like a lot of moving parts in this type of stuff, but the like treaty port kind of analysis. I love the game. There's too much, but there's too much wonky shit to play in Iron Man. I wouldn't mind being punished for strategic mistakes, but being punished for bugs and unintended interactions is not, isn't fun. Yeah, when your army gets teleported to another continent and you lose a war because of it, it's actually just super obnoxious. Or that's the type of thing that we don't like. We don't get the capital. You hate to see it. We're just gonna do this, actually. To unassign ourselves from the front, and then look to push from Eritrea, which is a different HQ. So look to find a soft spot. We found a soft spot since these fronts split. We still have this 9 stack. I think that we need to recruit another admiral if we want to get in here. Yikes. Luckily, we don't have to micro, so there's exactly one admiral anymore. A very nice change. See what we can get done here. We have what we need on Russia, unless this is really stupid. Wow, do we not have this occupied? What the fuck is that? Okay, it is occupied. Got it. Just kidding. How do you unlock heavy barrage? I think you need like artillery commander or like the artillery trait. I know Windows performance feels fine. I hate late game lag though. Yeah. Sometimes restart Windows to minimize lag. Maybe use the app to clean RAM that Daruka uses. Could be, yeah, not really. Hello, the 9th person man. How would you win this war? What's the goal for the autos today? Just kind of play around with more unique companies mod, but we're kind of far off of getting any of those companies in right now. So, kind of just getting started, I guess. Oh, the fronts merge with this one. I think that's to our advantage. Are they not defending their homeland? Where's our 9 stack that's landing? Why did you assign to the front after we assigned you to a landing, my guy? I'm kind of not in. Why can't we do a landing over there? Wait, what? Oh, are they just out of the war? They're just out of the war. But they're still occupying our territory. Oh my god. Fucking bugs. Let's make sure they're out of the war, because they can occupy our territory if they're still in the war. No? God damn it, dude. You ever been to Bosnia, son? You ever been in this shit? Well, my dad did. Okay, what I'm reacting to right now is the fact that our devastation's increasing because it's occupied, but it's occupied by someone who's not in the war. So that might be, we just have to run up the turmoil for infinite for forever. No Iron Man because I hate going to war with interested parties and suddenly earn 3 powers because of investment rights. Yeah, this is like the classic like old school Vic 3 experience. You couldn't. It was completely opaque whether or not someone would join, and also people would randomly get really upset with you regarding wars. And so very often Great Britain would just absolutely wreck you out of nowhere, and it was really, really frustrating play. Convinced you need an IQ of 200 plus to play this game? I highly doubt I have an IQ of 200 plus, but maybe I'm not even playing the game. God, the truth hurts. Fighting a war with 1 war goal against doesn't tank your relations, only the attitude. You can fix joining later. Yeah. It takes, when you put in a war goal on someone that accrues infamy, you get more minus relations with them than you do others. Hopefully when this war completely resolves, we're in okay shape. I think we want to pull our 9 stack off still, though, and try and do something like land here. Just start going after war goals slash messing with some of these fronts. I think the 6 stack here, we can just stop trying to occupy Crimea and just move this back over. And then once they push us out of Crimea, we can just land it. Once they move around. Something like this. Not the pro-slavery movement. Huzzah! Yeah, we still need to enforce on Russia, but Russia should be over this pretty soon here. And then once Russia's over it, it should be relatively trivial for us to finish off Egypt. But we do see a landing we want to get in. We have to finish this landing in Adana first, but we want to land Tripolitania to make sure the front doesn't go away. Can you have more than 1 admiral now? Yeah. Before you didn't want to because it would always divide by the number of admirals in terms of how many ships you would use, and it doesn't do that anymore. Which makes you actually having a navy relevant, which it wasn't before. I didn't freaking read that like well enough. Try reloading. I think reloading might fix it. Alright, let's save and reload then. I really hate that bug though. It's kind of an obnoxious one. Because I think us finishing the war doesn't fix that. But saving and reloading seems like a good shout. Shout out to Dad, basically. Every time. This piece of plastic. Write reports, send a paradox your friends. Vic 3 needs to be new patch, but be polished. I think that this would not be the highest priority. In terms of... Because this doesn't happen that frequently. And maybe this is just a skill issue. If you'd ever lose territory, you never have to deal with it. Treeport Wargle's like 5 infamy. Oh, got it. I feel like I got the hate of the game really compared to other Paradox titles. Like, I could do basically anything I want in this game, but I can't get my head around EU4. Well, EU4 is probably harder to beat the AI. Alright, we gotta fight the Austrians at some point then, if we want to deoccupy that. Austrians just said yoink, I'll take that. They said nice bike. And then they took it from us. They're good states too. Ah, they have decent resources. Not Bosnia. It's a joke with EU4 that you're not done until you have tutorial 1400 hours. Yeah. EU4 also has way more systems. So, like... EU4 is, like, a little bit different because there's, like, more mechanics you have to understand to, like... The number of mechanics but is probably higher, but the difficulty to understand each mechanic is probably lower. Ah, my gumdrop Botans. Is this truly a Bosnia, son moment? Yeah, babe. You ever been to Bosnia, son? You ever been in this shit? Well, my dad was. EU4 has a lot of simple mechanics, just a lot of... Yeah, exactly. And, like, a lot of, like, EU4's, like, more pushed type of stuff is just, like, stacking a whole bunch of modifiers. EU4 is also very gamey, which is something you need to understand to win. Yeah. Minus 50% throughput from 100 devastation. Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do, Connor? It's like... Oh, I could give it to my subject. Maybe that'll do something? I mean... Just feed it to Serbia and then annex Serbia. Maybe that's the play. I mean, like... Or we could feed it to Tripolitania and then annex Tripolitania, maybe. I think we have to feed them, like, some of the coastline. Maybe that's the solution. I think that we could transfer them territory if it's connected by a single C node. Something like this. Give vassal Serbia and then take it back. I think we just annex Tripolitania, yeah. Skill issue, true. Gerald, I hope you make EU5 beginner guide so that I can play it. I'm almost certainly going to. I'm really hoping that they give me a crack at maybe making something for them, but I don't know how it's gonna shake out. Where's this 4-stack? Where are you going? Let's maybe come here. We've gotten quite a bit of our territory occupied. Can Russia just give up, please? Although if they give up, then UK can decay out, is maybe one of the factors to consider. But it looks like Russia's gonna cap soon. Where's their war support? Huh. I'm shocked they still have 27 war support. Oh wow, why is this 4,000? Bro, they changed some of these, like, numbers. Interesting. That's EU4, 1 C zone. I think it applies to this as well, but we'll see after the war. Nothing beats the dopamine hit of getting mass migration from Qing after opening their borders. Yeah. I think Paradox should let everyone make tutorial content. No, but I'm saying let me release something ahead of time. But or get access to release. Like, it's possible that I'm not one of the creators that gets, like, access 2 weeks before, like, the game gets released. To make videos with. Or a video with. Right? Is the PM downgrade credit exploit worth it now? Deleting wealth from buildings and companies and crashing labor seems bad. Well, it's like, it's kind of not ever been that worth it, like, with early PMs. I think it's probably still worth it. I don't know. It's an incredibly tedious exploit, though. If you're gonna exploit the game, you should probably use a less tedious exploit. Like, it's actually just, like, doing it just feels so bad. I don't think his videos are one size fits all. If Russia's out, you probably won't need the UK. Yeah. No, I agree. Looks like we're getting some reshuffling is starting to allow us to win some of these fronts. Is that them leaving? Where are you going? Perfect. No one's defending the homeland. Oh wait, someone's defending. God damn it. We could still land Palestine though. I don't think anyone will be too mad. This is the proper place to land, and then we have them push. Strategic objective that. So our 9 stack can get in. Where'd the 22 stack go? The magical, invisible / teleporting armies. You love to see it. Well, we're gonna try and see. Oh, I forgot they have to go back. I think this is such a good change because it prevents like these crazy landing micro like games. Like what we're trying to do. Now, if this 22 stack appears out of nowhere, I'm gonna be sad. I was gonna say upset, but I really won't be upset. Does someone know specific videos to learn the game? I mean, learn in depth, like the economy, when bold CS, what tech to research. I mean, I think my Spain video tutorial is kind of okay. These guys are defending with an army that's visually not there. You hate to see it. This 21 stack is visually in a different HQ. So I think that one's decent, but that one's also operating on an entirely different paradigm where trade sucks super hard. So, which is not the case anymore. Let's just try and keep the queue going. Sure, trade will be okay there eventually, or the trade centers. Watch this have no defense. Big sad. Russia's minus 449. Their war support is minus 77 though, so they're about to cap out. They're just sending it over. So it's not there yet. It looked like they were on the other front. But they will not defend until they get there. Alright, fair. It doesn't matter now, though. Hey, roundabout's fair game, eh? Russia's gonna have devastation everywhere for forever, too. Oh, we're gonna have it in here, though. unless we deoccupy. And our subject's gonna have it? Dude. Oh, devastation being bugged is like hyper obnoxious. I think the penalties from it have gotten worse, or they decay slow or something like this. I remember it's gotten changed somehow this patch. Damn. Alright, I think we're gonna push wood in some areas. And set it on auto-expand, which is kind of the classic thing we do when we just want to make sure the queue doesn't idle. In the early game specifically, like, wood is, like, never bad. I think we'll also set the fishing wharves to auto-expand. I think that that's fine as well. And then let's also kick some of these ports down to the bottom. I don't think that... yeah. It's too necessary. Guys, oh jeez, the visuals of where the fronts are is like kind of weird. If they're on the front, they're on the front though. Guy withdraws from the treaty. What were we getting from him? Were we getting investment rights? I think there was a trade privilege exchange somewhere in there. Does anyone know if regional HQs keep expanding if you lose investment rights? They do. Yeah. The Russian ones are fakes. It shows negative devastation change. Oh, okay, never mind. Not like this. Well, hopefully... hopefully we don't get locked in on a devastation thing. We can join here. To improve France's relations. I think we'll just get out of this war. Oh, that's cute. They didn't get humiliated. Nice for them. Oh, can they take us below 0? No, they can't. Really? What does independence require? Control all Egyptian states. That's a good requirement. Since we control at least one state, they can't take it. We're getting closer to colonialism. You need to reload. You are getting fake battles against Russian troops. It will go away on reload. Wow, really? Okay. Oh. Fake battles against Russian troops. Are we sure? I don't see any Russian troops. We'll see if there's one more battle that pops up. The battle's about to pop here. Let's land Eritrea as well. I think they're just doing decently against us. Have you seen the bug where the AI can start a front in another country without mill access? Treaty? I have not seen that. No progress made after battles? Oh, no progress after battles. Alright, fair. If that's what's happening. Doesn't feel very good. They spawn for a tick and then they disappear. Got it. One day we will defeat Great Britain, but it's not this day. I feel like we've had more bugs happen in war than like usual. today. Fortunately, we've only fought one more, but up to 18% on Iron Man. In terms of self-report, what they play Vic 3 on. Alright. So we should not get we should get another battle spawn that wasn't previously spawning. Like this. Okay, perfect. Got it. Let's maybe up the speed a little bit. I think we're not needing to necessarily do too much here. I think Northern's Race is going to be a spot where we look to go to reasonably soon. We Protectorate Persia and not get joined against. Oh, that was maybe friggin' stupid given the current state of our wars. Let's just put this guy on the defense here. Bueller, where's our 6 stack could leave through that way before, but he can't now. Why do we have no one on the front? No. What a world, what a world. Oh, I see what you're saying now. They're not on the front, but it shows the balance difference right away. I don't know how I feel about that. I think that... Where's the capital? Yeah, it is Ishvan. What even is the war goals here? Hopefully there's not taking too much Persian land. Revoking claims, that's unfortunate. Whoa, we really, like, don't win the front. Okay. Well, I think that we have a decent shot once this gets in of being able to push into there. Already a strategic objective. Why is wide better than tall in Vic 3? Because you run out of resources. Oh, this is what Connor's saying. You also run out of pops, but you can like siphon off pops reasonably well compared to other games, but running out of pops is also a reason. Didn't even check his ideology. Abolitionist is probably fine though. Part of us. Why is this thing not gotten in yet? I feel so confused. We have like a full... Why is it 0 landing progress? I'm not sure I understand. I think that that's actually just bugged. That's kind of unfortunate. Oh, we're supposed to need to return to the HQ though, so that's bugged too. On the other end. We'll do that and we'll add a couple trade centers, I think. Oh, looks like we have capital occupied, so shortly. We will be getting what we need. Amazing. Syria reclaimed. I think that, oh, it's not incorporated. So now our armies should all head on over here. We should be in fine shape. Incidentally, we maybe wanted our partner to lose that war anyways. Because now Persia gets more land. Wait, how do we leapfrog this? How's that occupied? What the hell? Oh, that's occupied, but it's... Have they just taken back some percentage of that? Kind of weird. But I assume we'll get Persia done pretty soon here. So eco-wise, we're kind of doing okay. Kind of not. We could maybe think about, alright, what's the tech look like? We have a company coming up not too far away. We're going to research the first 10k and then switch back to these. I think that we're... can we afford... I think we'll build 2 universities. I'm not sure if we have the journal entry on the 2. The 2-stack one. It's a bit tiring for you to always assume bugs. Return to HQ isn't actually a requirement. They just can't be exiled. It's kind of tiring for you to always assume bugged. Well, I mean, when there's a lot of bugs, what are you gonna do, Yankees fan? Oh, are they... Also, we've had, like... I mean... Oh, did this occupation go away when the war ended? I mean, I feel like they should not be getting turmoil increasing. It's not. It is visually bugged, though. I think there's no... We just promote white peace. Did they change the rules so that occupations stay then? Because both of those went away when the wars ended. return to HQ isn't the requirement, they just can't be exiled. I feel like... that's what it said in the dev diary. Landing really not in the changelog. Okay, I can't control F it, so I think that's probably fine. I've noticed a lot of visual bugs in the latest patch around indicators for frontlines, devastation, and disasters. Yeah. That's kind of to be expected. But also, like, Yiggy's fan, like, we also got access to this, like, several weeks before it rolled out, and saw, like, tons and tons of bugs. And so, like, the bugs are slowly getting, like, peeled back. So... I don't think the bug assumption in a lot of these cases is, like, too out of pocket. Can't have a big separatist movement. We don't. What are we doing on money? Kind of okay. We'd love to be able to drain the investment pool. Should involve us increasing construction. It's kind of... I mean, we could attack this side of things. It really doesn't save us that much money. I think it, like, meaningfully would lower a lot of Pop's SOLs. Could increase taxes as well here. They finished in Kenya, not like this. Alright. I just woke up, saw your poll. Are you a masochist that plays Vicky 3 on Iron Man? I am not. I'm not a Vic 3 Iron Man enjoyer. Wow, we have so many people very upset with us. I wonder if they're annexable. If we improve relations with them. Looks like we can tick them down now that we've kind of cut them down to size a little bit. So we're gonna improve relations with them. I think if we evangelize them, This helps a little bit. We can grant them states, but I don't think we want to do that. And we'll just look to full annex them, I think, next time. It's a reasonable reaction. I think it is too, but I think he's not without a point. Because I did just assume 3 things in a row were bugged, but also, like, very used to stuff staying occupied bug that has been, like, kicking around since release. And then, the landing one. Like, our landing couldn't get in. And I'm not sure how that wasn't bugged, so we thought that that was bugged. And then we didn't have to go all the way back, and then we said that that might be bugged, because I thought it was anytime you fail a landing, you have to go all the way back. I thought I remember reading that in the patch notes. But because I remember whinging about it in the patch notes that, or talking, I remember talking about it in my patch notes video about how, like, it kind of prevents, like, this weird shuffling back and forth of landings. I think per capita is way more for autos, so you probably want to try and get that ASAP. Probably is. I saw someone making the argument that per capita is also just better because you actually want to increase pop growth. You want to depress SOL. Was like the argument. Which is maybe true, but yeah, it is way better. Also, moving on up to the next one is not as hard. Interventionism would be nice too, though. Could do this. Who supports per capita? PB. Do we not have the law for that? Or say the tech? Oh, we have to get off traditionalism anyway. Damn. We maybe want law support. We could eat opium from there and then transfer it to someone else, I think. That's probably okay. Grain will help our SOL. Will not subvention. Wine, I think. Or liquor. Kind of want 100% on this. We'll just do that. Cool. We could go for being more legitimate and passing it faster, or the actual decent pass chance. Or go with this until we get almost all the way to our first tick, and then swap back. Iron Man, where's Batman mode? Someone that's asking the real questions. Do you know why there's a no taxes law? Every time I achieve that, it feels so underwhelming. But it should to give some bonuses. It does give some bonuses. It makes it cheaper to do consumption taxes. Oh, why there's no taxes law? Well, effectively, consumption-based taxation, if you do not consumption tax people, there is no tax. So this is no taxation. You just don't consumption tax anything after you pass it. Not sure we can be running this big a deficit. Well, this is nice. Maybe we want to go Atmo now. Which means we should have been going Atmo before. I think that this into what we were doing is probably fine. Why doesn't Vic 3 have some good mods for Cold War? They did. They used to. Would cooperative ownership be better if you're trying to get God tier standard of living? Yeah. I don't think getting God tier standard of living is like optimal though. But if you're playing to that out, the thing is if you want to maximize standard of living, the thing you actually do is you stop allowing migration and you like just switch to only ownership pops. Cat Commander, thank you for the follow, big nice. Support the Egypt war. I don't think this is an Egypt war. It's Harar. Someone's unifying Ethiopia today. It's not us. Ah, this weird bug where when I tab out, it like, this was present in EU5, so this may be like some sort of like Windows setting regarding like if this is windowed or something like this. But when we like when we control escape or like alt tab to like move our mouse over to interface with our other window, when we come back, the keyboard doesn't work. Transfer your British opium? That's true, that's true. We might have to lower taxes to pass the law. I think it's easier for us to renegotiate this treaty, right? Yeah, because they already accepted. The AI really disliking investment rights in some situations is now like such a good improvement. Why don't they like it though? What's going on? Tell me everything. Because they're isolationist. That makes sense. The amount by which their GDP exceeds ours also makes sense. Yeah, so before it was really easy to get them on powers that were way bigger than yours. This is a good improvement. Their GDP amount exceeds 2 million, and their GDP compared to ours. Okay. Could we get a law commitment from them? We could give them a law commitment. Opening their borders. What about just regular migration controls? No, they really hate that. Why is that? Is that because they're isolationist as well? Yeah, it is. You don't necessarily want to move them off the Canton system, because I think it's better for us to get treaty ports if they're still on it. Is there any way to cheese corn laws? I I think if you subvention exports of grain and then you tariff, or sorry, if you tariff exports of grain and subvention imports, you subvention exports and tariff imports, that might work. I think you could also do some of these agreements where you could send for a loud car outside. You could try and get a goods transfer, a big fat goods transfer for grain, and then arbitrage it to someone else, and then cancel the first one, which will give you huge negative buy orders, I think. And that might be a way you can do that. Gizmo, thank you for the follow, big nice. So that's potentially a way to do things. I mean, it's stopping us from, like, doing anything else. Ooh. 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 Kind of like that. That's cool. Okay. Will they money transfer us? Not really. Wow, they really hate money transfer. They really bopped this, huh? Used to be way easier to get this. Corlaws gives you a PB agitator. Wait, we could yeah, but I mean, yes. I am aware of this. You could still spawn it easier by doing those two things. How expensive is a treaty port? Probably really expensive. 240, 240, 240, 240. I don't think we're overcoming that. I think we're just kind of contenting ourselves with this. And we'll do some of that. You just play countries with an agricultural focus. Is there a way to build a plantation economy but limit the clout power of rural folk mid-late game? I don't know about limiting the power of the rural folk very easily, because rural folk, in urban areas and in mines, you cannot get rural folk IG people. And so if you're deliberately avoiding mines and urban centers, they're going to always kind of look more powerful than a normal run. You could stay on, like, something like oligarchy, landed voting, or wealth voting, which is going to make it a lot harder for them to come on up. That's, like, one approach. How much are we earning right now? We could probably do the cheese. And then get rid of our bureaucracy malice. I think we're big enough that we'll just actually pay for it instead of cheesing it. The cheese being is we can do the Canal survey for free. Can company give them monopolies on farm plantations? Can a company give monopolies? You could give a company monopolies. Can a company give monopolies? I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Darfuri? What is this? Egypt making some moves that we don't normally see from them. Kind of like it. How do you make the armed forces powerful? Recruit a lot of soldiers and then promote a lot of generals that are armed forces generals is probably the most straightforward way of doing it. Oop. I have 600 battalions, but armed forces still 5% clout on autocracy. I would recommend recruiting and promoting generals then. Because generals, they'll appear according to clout, but there is a huge bonus to armed forces appearing, so you should be able to do that, and then you can promote them pretty aggressively. And this gives a rather large percentage modifier. Like you can see here, from like highly upgraded generals, rank 3, we're getting plus 10% clout. And so even though the armed forces guys themselves don't tend to have much clout, it's easy to stack a lot of percentage modifiers on them. Also, making sure you're on like one of the later PMs for the military. Right, so this barracks is on the barracks. You want to make sure you're on these like later PMs because they have different employment methods. Unless they've changed this, I can't see it in here. But they hire more officers as you kind of move down relative to soldiers, and so hiring more officers are more politically active. So we take a look here. Can we really not look at that in a substantive way, or have they changed that? Do you have to have the PM? Well, my recollection is you need more officers per group, and raising officer density will make them politically more active. Should you build one trade center in every location and try and overcome local prices? It's probably not bad to do that, but like the first trade center you build everywhere isn't necessarily going to be your most profitable trade center. Probably wherever you're building a lot or building tall, or where you have like company HQs will tend to be really good. Where you have company HQs are just going to have really expensive consumer goods, right? So generally they'll be able to run effective like trade routes out of there. I didn't realize we'd gotten this. I think we go for vassalization too, so that we can just generate mandate a lot faster. Getting an extra income from subjects isn't like bad. We are kind of hurting on the income front. I think that's partially because we're taxing lower than we should be. Because we're under 25, or we would be under 25 if we taxed in the higher bracket for this, so in order to try and pass the law through, we are doing that. Not the slaver. I think we're okay with that. Oh, you're right, they do hire more officers today, I learned. That's weird that it doesn't show it to us. Maybe it only shows it to you if you have the PM. But that was our recollection, that it works like that. Should I enable monopoly rights for the company? I think generally monopoly rights are going to be good in situations where you have two companies that have the same industry, but one of them has prestige goods, and forcing or giving the one with prestige goods access to all of it. Can companies have aristocrat ownership pops? No. This is one of the reasons why I think agrarianism sucks. They're always capitalist. So, if they change that, then you can start having a discussion for agrarianism being okay. But since they're always capitalist, it's just like, this makes agrarianism like not even in the discussion. I think having trade centers in places with trade advantage bonus is better than spreading them out. Yeah, so this is one way to build them, and my understanding is this... So I don't know how accurate this reports, first of all, but let's set it to domestic. I don't know how accurately this thing reports in terms of what trade centers are going to be the most profitable. I assume that's how it works, where the higher the number, the more profitable the trade center is. And maybe we'll put a few of these in. But there is something like worth noting that like if you are in particular building for economies of scale, or you have a place with a lot of industry or something like this, like let's say we had a 20 stack tooling workshop, when you are exporting trade, you're not just generating money through the trade center, you're also increasing the prices of the goods that are there. So this export is increasing the prices of, say, the merchant marine that's here, which is not just generating this 0.15k, right? But it's also increasing the profitability of our ports, right? Which this weekly balance would be lower, and it's already pretty low. If we had lower prices on the merchant marine, which we would if we weren't exporting it. Let's do that for the journal entry. And so, if you're building a trade center, like building a trade center that's importing consumer goods, while that trade center will probably be more profitable, is like, in terms of trickle-down effects, is probably less advantageous to your country than building a trade center that's going to export something. So, yeah, also, though, the worse Mappy is, as Lacuna points out, the worse Mappy is, the better it is going to be to spread out your trade centers. Or the more useful trade centers become for the purposes of overcoming Mappy. But also trade centers tend to be nice, like if you have something like this, because the trade capacity bonus. But also, on the coast, you can build their input good. Right, so you have the vertical integration here, which you don't inland, so they're slightly better on the coast. I know it's been out a while now, but I saw your Paradox approved 1.9 video. Congrats on landing the opportunity, man. Well deserved. Thank you so very much. I'm glad you liked it. Or you saw it. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And it's perhaps not a consequence that, like, our most profitable stuff is on the coast. If they have a port, especially. Yeah, so... Adana and Aleppo, it may be the fact that they have a port and the super collapsed merchant marine price that makes the trade center more profitable. We will cut through the red tape. Moving along quite nicely on interventionism. Atmo Engine's also coming up, which is going to be very nice for us. I think we'll decline this. Currently just waiting for our infamy to tick down. I think that we can go for improved relations on this guy. We are sovereign empire, so we can subjugate with our power block interaction. And so the question is do we want to start throwing that around in the nearish future? And if so, where? The Kalasa Raj would be really excellent to get as a subject in that way. But they often get swooped up by EIC, and I don't think we want to fight there. Big rivers in China give it, but can't build ports. Yeah. Exporting merchant marine is funny, since making it more expensive makes trade center less profitable. Yeah, I think you should have an advantage to exporting it. I think that this is kind of one of the mistakes. I think that this is one of the ways in which this entire system could be improved if you got a bonus for... Or if the... I don't know what the lead producer bonus is for merchant marine, but in particular, like, Great Britain in the later half of the 19th century, like, they stopped really being the industrial center of the world and instead primarily engaged in the export of freight and finance. And so it was by virtue of moving goods around the world that they were able to maintain like their various like trade monopolies and this type of stuff, and having an advantage in that way. And freight, merchant marine kind of doesn't really simulate that at all, other than Great Britain is really good at producing merchant marine, so they're likely to control a little bit higher percentage of the trade, or because they'll build more trade centers because they're more profitable, because they have London dockyards, because they have a 25% bonus, and they have, in a lot of their states, a 15% bonus, but, like, I don't think this is enough to, like, properly simulate, like, what's going on with Great Britain. We have cheaper merchant marine than they do, currently, despite their bonus, but they have more trade centers, so... You do not subsidize trade center? I think we were. They are kind of fiddly if you don't subsidize them. I think in theory if they weren't fiddly we wouldn't subsidize them, but... Khalsa Raj. Khaleesi Raj, yeah. Too much Game of Thrones. We could reset our relations with Russia here, which is really nice for us. We can maybe lock in some trade agreements or something like this, and maybe they stop rivaling us. We give it a second to see if GB joins against them. Actually, I don't think GB is a player in this, yeah. Woohoo! And so the reason we did this is... we should have showed this before. They're antagonistic and cold. They will stop being antagonistic. They're not cautious. Wow, they don't become genial anymore when we join on their side. Wasn't it always auto-genial? What's going on here? Attitude plus 753. Russia is rivaling us. They view us as a natural enemy. Cold relations. They view us as a militarily threatening neighbor. Bruh, us as the militarily threatening one? Get out of here. Minus 61 relations is a bit rough. This might be one where we just, like, never recover from this, like, level of relations. But this also makes it so that Russia can't side against us, which is something that's quite nice. Not sure if we want to just annex their territory or annex Egypt. It's kind of going to take a long time for them to decay down. Oh, they're even going up. Why is this? Various countries support their independence. Not like this. Well, I was thinking we need to transfer our territory, but we don't because this is no longer occupied. Let's see if they're... Okay, so they're antagonistic, which isn't as bad as belligerent. Alright, well. We tried. We tried to play friends, make friends, be nice. Lost no dice. We also have 30 years, I think, for Tanzimat instead of 20. If I recall correctly. Oh, we don't even have these guys in government to do this. Why don't we just do this then? Okay, so we should be getting this through. And then with that in place, we can actually tax more if we wanted to. This lowers us a bracket. It's not a sustainable level of stuff. We're making 13k from net, rather, from Diplopacts. So we're engaging in some goods transfers. We could shop around for more goods transfers to make more money. Could shop around for people taking on our debt. Take on debt was really strong. I don't know if it's still bananas. I mean, I guess we could take a look. How expensive is... That's a lot of expense. From size of French loans and from rank. So if they didn't have any loans, it would be like 125. That's not... This isn't the French Empire. Bueller? Am I going crazy? It said size of French loans before, right? Now it says size of British loans. Is there a way to get another country to stop supporting a country's independence by force? I don't know. I think if you improve relations, they will stop doing it. I think they only do it if you have, like, a negative attitude of some kind. So, like, antagonistic or belligerent, they are willing to do it. Wary and cautious, they might be willing to do it. We don't have anyone with good relations with us. The truth hurts. Actually. No one? So if someone's genial, I think that from an AI perspective, they will not ever support independence against you. Size of the French loans actually means your loans. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just displayed wrong. Or everyone really cares about the size of France's loans. Yeah, so they did make that one harder to get, it seems. So we have to, at some point, balance this budget out. I think we're okay doing something like this. It's not exactly what we want. Also, when we get interventionism, we should start popping off way harder. So maybe that's all we need to do. And we just look to get interventionism here. Then we'll probably go per capita after that. And kind of be in an okay shape. So let's maybe think on tech. We are getting Atmo. Then we're going banking, and I think at that point we can start going for the companies. Kind of done mostly society tech here, I think, so far. You sort by attitude. What are the best companies to take from majors? I'm not abundantly confident with this, but I think that in general, when you're playing versus the AI, first of all, the AI overly takes agrarian stuff. So taking agrarian stuff is probably worse than it normally would be for this heuristic. But in general, I think that what you want to do is you want to, like, in terms of total share of construction that a good is in the economy, something like this. If what you care about is construction, labor, if what you care about is labor, per that, those are the best things to do. So, because tools is so ubiquitous throughout the entire economy, tools is a really good one for a company. We're not? Okay, we are incorporating. I hope that is helpful / makes sense. Riot in the Georgian quarter. Not like this. Lasha Tallahatsi would be disappointed in his people. Except Lasha's not human. The truth hurts. I think we're not going to intervene in any of this. Looks like Egypt, after a little bit of reflection, is thinking the same thing. Thank you. You're very welcome. Alright, we get Atmo. It's going to be very nice. Pick up for us. So now we'll go do bonking in the corporate charters. Everybody's coming down. Destroy Orthodox neighbor stuff. I mean, I think we just do this. Hopefully that doesn't cause us to fail suppress separatism, but I think we've not done too many issues on that front. We're almost about to succeed at Sick Man of Europe. We got another 13 years. How are we doing on urbanization? Not so good. I think what we do is we look to make sure that the places that can build iron are just auto-expanding it. And that they'll get urbanized a little bit faster because of this. This is good for us because I think we need this for army modernization. Is not activated, no organized training. So let's find our things. Don't have general staff yet. Oh, super lucky. The first tier 2 tech we nat spread is general staff. Insane. I think that 9% would work for us towards per capita tax. I think Armed Forces does support. Landowners get kind of upset here if we do that, though. Is this better for us to be on kind of in the immediate future? Probably kind of okay. I think dedicated police is just kind of the easier one. Opens the lane in terms of making the landowners not as upset. We don't want to get a separatist movement too big. I think we're probably fine on that front, though. Did a coffee plantation for Grand Columbia run, and one opium one next. More for RP than optimization, yeah. No, this is fair enough. The RP of it is certainly a lot better than it used to be. I wonder what we're going for our first company. We can't do the banks. We are playing with the more unique companies mod, for those of you who haven't been in chat for a little while. Just generic iron seems solid enough, but we would probably prefer to emphasize stuff from the more unique companies mod. All the banks, you can only have one. They are generally very strong because they do give you an additional company, but we don't have the requisite tech, and we won't by the time we get our unique company. We could go agrarianism of some kind. I don't think that we want to. This one adds on iron. I think if you're growing generic minerals, you almost certainly want to have your other stuff figured out beforehand. Not necessarily selected, but like jot down on a piece of paper what you're going to select. Type of thing. Well, we know we want to go for Suez Canal, but that's just kicking it down the road, huh? Because we're going to want to go for that either way. That one's kind of okay. This one's kind of okay. I think it requires... What does it require? Just requires combustion engine. Agricultural throughput actually goes kind of nice at this stage of the game. It's just we don't need motor industries really that highly at this stage in the game. Agriculture throughput applying to subsistence farms as well is the reason why it's like kind of nice at this phase. Because we have a lot of peasants, so these 3.4 million peasants, 5% throughput on what they're doing. But what they're doing is worth a lot less than other stuff. We could go steel. The add-on industries are the coal, iron, and yeah, the trade center, which is add-onable for everyone. Kind of a little unfortunate you can't go generic steel and one of the generic mining companies and get perfect coverage on all the mines. You have to choose to give up either sulfur or lead. So something like this is kind of interesting because sulfur is generally a little bit rare as a source. So you could go sulfur plus the mining company and you would have full coverage on mines if you did that. I think giving coverage on lead is a lot less important. Hey, Cat Commander. The emotes. And Lulu PT, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Wow, is that really all we... So we don't really have any... We don't have anything that feels like a slam dunk out of the Ottoman Empire. Other than maybe this from the more unique companies mod, the one with the prestige good tractors. I mean, that's going to give us throughput on a lot of different things. Do we like the rural folk approval? I mean, rural folk approval is kind of nice. Rural pop attraction's nice. I don't think Ottomans get a specialized bonus for anything other than the Arsuni, which kind of... No, wait, they do get a specialized bonus, don't they? Their Sunni ulema is better than normal, if I recall correctly. But very slightly. They get minus decree cost, which is probably better. Decrees are, like, turbo bad now, though. Because you want to spend your authority on companies. Ings fan says the Beijing Mining Company is nice in that regard. It covers railroads, sulfur, and can add on lead. Yeah. It adds on lead? I didn't realize it added on lead. The Antofagasta one, like, its add-on was, like, iron, which I think feels worse than lead as an add-on, because iron seems, like, really generally kind of easy to find. If you gather 4+ dozen small states into a protectorate and allocate markets to them, give them maximum possible freedom, just so that they remain protectorate, will there be rebellions from them, or the late stages of the game? Or will they sit quietly? I want to collect 25 authority from them according to the block principle. Generally, they won't get rowdy. Subjects, like, if you're not that familiar with Victoria 3, subjects just generally don't really do much against you. It's really hard to get them to dislike you and, like, be too annoying. What do we do? I mean, we just have so many like unique agrarian companies is the thing. From this mod, we could. I mean, we're planning on annexing Egypt, right? We could go for like the Egyptian rail company or something like this, or just like look around maybe a little bit at what we can get. After we annex, we're not going to annex Persia anytime soon though, so it would just be some territory we're peeling off of Egypt. I really don't know if that's enough to like push the needle. I really wish you could sort by region, or there was some sorting options for these. Specifically with the more unique companies mod, just like really makes it a bit more of a vibe. We are in particular going to try and keep an eye on stuff that looks like Arabic type of names. Wages for state religion pops is a bad modifier. It's like pretty significantly negative. This is a company from the mod. Actually, this company looks spectacular. It's Bohemia. That's really nice, actually. So talking about the full minerals coverage, you could get, with this, if you went the iron lead company, adding on, oh no wait, you would add on coal, you don't get to add on sulfur. Still, clothing plus glass goes pretty hard. Plus, was there a prestige good? There wasn't. Flat infra per population. I think it just it doesn't increase the cap. Oh, wow, trade advantage here is kind of a lot. This is not a vanilla company. The vanilla ones give 5 or 10% trade advantage. This is Bavaria. Are these like all kind of by region? Venetia. Catalog. That's a loud car. And it is indeed outside. Maximum innovation investment. That's such a strong modifier. Where is this? This is a really strong company. Where is this? Sorry, we can't read. Switzerland. Switzerland. Well, we're nowhere near there, but that's really nice. Just improve relations with them and they're all happy. Yeah, and their relations will go up over time anyways. Is there a way to see other nations' tech? I don't think so. You can infer their military tech by looking at a barracks, if that's what you're looking for specifically. I might be mistaken though. Like, there's like a really like weird way to observe their construction is you have to find someplace that they're building, and then like somewhere in the UI, like it shows of the state. I think it shows like what their construction is. Maybe there's a better way now, but that used to be the way you would do it. It's like highly relevant for like multiplayer, but like almost completely irrelevant for a single player. Koopas. Actually, that's probably what we want to do. Just go for Koopas. Solid enough. Kind of don't like that it has engines and automotive industries, actually. This is actually kind of terrible. High key, because I think we're going to do the tractor company, so actually let's not do that. This thing just has it all, eh? It's in Styria. I don't think we're getting into it. A big problem is, I think a lot of this we're not getting into. West Bengal. Oh, this company looks insane. Oil tools. And minus minimum expected standard living. Is this writing utensils? Unique tools. Extra tech spread for society. I think society now is the thing you actively research in the most. So spread for that is not as good. Württemberg. Yeah, we just have what we're looking at is just like a lot of industries that we like aren't going to get anytime soon. Right, we're gonna try and ignore ones that do not have names that are Egyptian sounding. This is, in vanilla, this is one of 2 companies that has prestige fabric. So... 1% qualifications? What type of modifier is that? British India Corporation, not the East India Corporation? Interesting. Ooh, we're starting to get to a point where I don't know what we're supposed to do, actually. Man trucks. That's hot for a company. It's in Nuremberg, though. Well, there's so many good companies not in the Ottoman Empire, man. Did it say Nuremberg? Franconia. Another one for Franconia. There's the Spanish ones that are good. I think this is the Constantine. Yeah, it's the Constantine one. It's Vanilla Company. New Russia Limited. Ooh, ooh, this looks... What language is this? Lower Egypt. 10% authority. 40 is some... a little bit of assimilation infrastructure. The problem is we're going to get a paper company out of every single bank, so every paper company is just super trash. Can't you see it through take on debt? The tech? Or the construction? If you take on their debt, it tells you how much they have, construction. South American companies are very solid. There's some solid South African ones too, but we can't incorporate those very quickly. It's going to be forever. Until we... Imperial Bank of Persia, kind of like this, but this is once we get banking. It's not going to be a first company. Bro, is it just generic tools? It might just be generic tools for us, not like this. It's kind of not exactly what we wanted. But yeah, I wanted to expand a little bit more organically. I've noticed that Panama and Suez Canal companies, that they initially show trade center available industry, but if you click give trade center rights, yeah, it just bricks the company. Yeah, you just don't click those rights. You don't need to give the rights. It's a double negative, it doesn't like it. Or double positive, so it makes a negative, so it pops out the company. Get a lot of food industries that I think are just kind of the same-ish, and we don't really want to go into those. Wow, there's like 5 companies in Styria. See a Persia company. I mean, we could just like lean in and go for one of these companies that is more agrarian in nature. It's just, none of those really popped out to us. Like, is this generic? No, this is Bombay. But like, just the generic opium one that lets you get opium is like, or it's like opium plus coffee is probably just better than a lot of these that we've seen. And then we don't want to do one of these companies because it just like overlaps with the canal. Railway building throughput. I think it's probably not as strong as it used to be. I think there's a balance around railway building throughput being a lot better. Construction sector throughput, yeah. Not kind of seeing anything that like pops out like super hard to us. I've noticed in general Muslims have kind of bad companies. Yeah. Well, like, it's like these areas during this time weren't exactly known for like their industrial goods, you know what I mean? So, and the industrial goods are just like better. Oh, that's fascinating. Mozambique. Rubber plus cotton. Interesting. I think generic wood being so good because you can go tools, rubber, wood. I think we're just gonna go generic wood, to be honest here, because we don't see anything in terms of like we want a tools company and we don't see anything better in terms of tools. The issue is you don't get prestige tools. I think prestige tools are pretty good. We're not seeing kind of like anything. Is it just organized alphabetically by the first industry? Nope, just kidding. Immediately against that Hejaz. We could get okay, I could get behind this. State region is Hejaz. Maybe we need to write shit down, actually, for this run. Maybe we need to write it down. So, we could get wood, glass, steel. Plus iron, coal. And we get this in Hejaz. So this seems decent. The prosperity bonus is kind of like a throwaway, it's whatever, but it's actually actively bad because we kind of hate the ulemma. Their bonuses aren't very good, but car companies aren't that good. If your US one is super, the US one is super bad if you are good. I don't know if I agree. I think the US one's probably pretty solid. Banks have minus 40% paper throughput and minus 10% additional throughput on everything due to the new banker trait. Oh. So stuff they own? Or they just give you minus 40% throughput? It's an interesting negative. They need a filter. It's organized by a monkey with a stick. Yeah, the interface is really bad for the... Yeah. You know what would really be sick is if there was a planner. If you could have a company planner and you could like drag and drop or slot in companies you don't yet have but you're planning on getting, that would help so much. Like, is it by strategic region? If it's by strategic region, I'm gonna feel really stupid. Tabriz. Like, is Tabriz in here somewhere? Alright, well, let's just kind of take a look at this. This adds sulfur. I don't think we're into this, but it's not terrible. No, now this is somewhere. Now this is Guinea. Tabriz, like... Don't we own Tabriz? Why is it in this section? If we own it... We for sure don't want a wine company as Muslims. That's haram. I think it's strategic region and alphabetical. But I'm not at all confident. I felt like it had something to do with... Yeah, I felt... I don't know. I don't have a strong intuition as to what it is. This is kind of an interesting company. Or an interesting prestige bonus. But yeah, wood, glass, steel, plus iron and coal. I mean, we should maybe just be on the lookout for prestige goods too, particularly hard. Some of these modifiers are really, really good. Oh, dude. Just another good company for Austria. Or, well, that one's kind of solid. This is the Wallachia Vanilla one. Plus 10% innovation. In Baden. Just really seeing a lot of good German ones, but part of this is because we have an interest in Germany, right? This Baku one we want to eventually get. We have to pick up Baku at some point, but once we annex Persia, we can peel that off of Russia and just take that one state. But then we have to incorporate it, which takes friggin' forever. This is an interesting company. What's its add-on industry? I don't know how throughput on this works. I think we're getting kind of close to the bottom and like kind of coming up goose egg in terms of a company that we want to slot in. Maybe we just go the engines one because we know that we want to do it. If we go generic wood, we would get tools, but then it doesn't make sense for us to use the Hejaz Wood Company, maybe? God, that sucks. It feels like you're playing a weird game of puzzle / Jenga. It's a Cars one. I mean, all these ones with German names, we shouldn't even be reading. The Porsche tanks. I didn't realize Porsche made tanks. Porsche. Hey! Happy Prestige good. It's a Prestige Airplanes? BMW? I don't think we've seen that before. That's cute. You probably don't have all the economy for Breeze Company. Prestige guns are solid. You could export them for infamy reduction. Yeah, we would be about that. We didn't see like an industry for that we really liked. Unless I just missed something. Consumer prestige goods are the best ones. You can export so much stuff. I'm excited to experiment more with this because I really kind of want to understand more the difference. This company's not that great. We're in a bad area of the world, chat. The Middle East, we just, like, don't have any good companies with this mod. So the mod is, I think the way that these are balanced is there's, like, a spreadsheet and a point allocation, and the point allocation is maybe a little bit weak when it comes to, like, well, you don't have to have good companies everywhere, but just, like, we have a bunch of agrarian companies. And the point allocation for agrarian stuff isn't, like, sized up by the fact that agrarian stuff is kind of bad just in general. Plus 4% prestige is kind of neat. We're seeing a ton of automobile stuff. And it's not alphabetical by name. I feel like it's alphabetical, perhaps, by region, but... Maybe I'm just going crazy. I'm probably going crazy because we don't have a good option for a company, and I'm about to... God, I don't want to lead with an engine company. There's no way that that's correct. That has to just be bad. There's just no shot that it's, like, a reasonable thing to do. We could start peeling states off of Austria or something like this. We could try and rumble with Austria. Generic tools, prestige good. You need, like, to push top 3 tools producer for, like, 2 years. Takes a while to get online. Yeah, but I think generic tools gives you the most overall total throughput. Automobiles are OP this patch. Yeah, they're pretty good. Their really good PM is, like, late. Their final PM once you get compression ignition is just super OP. Okay, so we could go generic tools because we're going a wood company. Generic tools is maybe the way we do this. Leading with basic wood feeds solid. Austria would clap your cheeks right now. Yeah, I didn't mean right now. So the problem with generic wood, to me, is that the Hejaz company, with wood, glass, steel, adding iron or coal, would maybe step on the toes of it. But our add-on is steel here, so... We would at least, with generic wood, we would at least be getting rubber, but is rubber worth as much as prestige tools? I mean, we could add on iron iron or coal. No, we can't get full mining coverage with plus iron or coal. I'm starting to think that like plus sulfur and plus lead, just generally speaking, since it's rare, is actually just really good. Like both sulfur and lead are worse than iron and coal, but the fact that iron and coal is just generally so abundant, and this isn't just in the mod, but just generally in vanilla, makes it so that it kind of changes like the calculus a little bit in terms of evaluating the company, just because of the ubiquitousness of iron and like. I'm sure that this requires power plants, yeah. And this is generic sulfur, right? Yeah. I mean, maybe we just become a drug runner and we just go the opium company. Here's a list that's linked to the list that's easier to support. No, rubber not worth that much anymore. Rubber's great, but yeah, your link got bopped. We're kind of almost done looking through it, though. We're just like looking back through like what we can slot in an immediate sort of sense. I mean, I generally rate this really highly. The thing is that I think we have a wood company that we want to use, so it's kind of just a rubber tools company. Fabric company is good. You can have everything for a while, production chain, and you can export them great. Yeah, drugs. Yeah, it might be drugs. Necesitas los drogas. Yeah. Let's keep an eye out on the add-on industries for some of these agrarian ones, and maybe there's something going on there. Like tools. Like, if one of these has add-on tools, maybe that would be okay for us. I don't think we saw anything like that, but that's something that would be reasonable for us. Again, we want to have this in eventually, but I really don't want to make this our first company. That just seems psychotic. Add-on lead is interesting. I think this is generic gold. You know, I don't hate generic steel adding on iron. It gives us prestige steel. We could give them a monopoly. This means we wouldn't want to go laissez-faire. Can you get investment in China for drugs? We could just transfer them stuff. But yeah, they have, Yunnan has some of the opium, the Raj has some of the opium. If we were going for a more pushed run where we were trying to peel India off of Great Britain, I'd be much more excited about going opium. But I don't think we're trying to, like, just super turbo OP, like, run over the lobby or, like, the game. Might be generic steel adding iron and giving a monopoly to it. To the steel. Literally all of our options, like, step on the toes of the Hejaz company. Maybe that Hejaz company just isn't it. Okay. We tried. We tried to think our way through the maze, but the maze wasn't meant for us. The truth hurts. God, like hundreds of companies. We just got to look through a bunch of German companies that we wish we hadn't. It's kind of what we just experienced. Why not the Saudi company? Wood, iron, coal seems good. Did we miss something? Did I miss a wood, iron, coal company? Hold up. What did I miss? Russia's just gonna want to join everything against us. We do want to decrease this. Yikes. Mr. Pasha, say nah. Steel and glass? Yeah, so the wood, steel, and glass, plus iron or coal. It feels tough not to have any overlap with the industry rights. You could expand into Ethiopia, just saying. Pog, yeah. We can't expand into Ethiopia. Is it any good, though? I mean, it'll give us a native interest, actually, just at the very, like, minimum of, like, usefulness. I don't think we saw any good companies in Ethiopia. Actually, we could go for Galeti into... Let's do this. Make sure, like, Russia's not in here. We forgot about the old moves, the money moves. Going from here into Kaffa. Cut off Great Britain. I mean, we could also just put in the engine company, because I think we're confident that we want to do that. Because at the very least, I want to test it out. What are you looking at? Alright. At the very least, it's because it's... You know what? Maybe we just go after South Africa and just, like, pretend like we have morals when we're just doing the normal thing. It also lets you colonize Kenya. Yeah. I think you were saying it as I was typing it. Or sorry, I was typing it as you were... No, wait. No. I was saying it as you were typing it. That's the one. I confused myself there. So Barca company was making 500k in profits in the Ottoman game. I'm not saying you can't do well with it. I just don't think it's the ideal company, but maybe we just like also have no idea. Negative throughput on paper from banks. Kind of a weird one. I think that, yeah, it's Mosul and Basara in terms of where we have quite a bit. Maybe we just wait until we fight Egypt again. Do they have anything other than rail and coffee? I'm not sure what you're referring to. I think this might be a 20-year incorporation, though. Yeah, god damn it. Alright, well. I also get one more interest, +1. Oh, we have several interests. I think this is kind of an organic one. Also just incidentally gives us an interest over here. Oh, ability just full annex Oman is actually incredibly nice. I mean, we can land them and just fight Russia as we have to. I really don't want to fight Austria, Russia both, and I think that that's likely to happen. Again, unless we can start a fight where Great Britain's at least close to joining, I don't think we want to run that. There's a link to a spreadsheet in the bottom of the mod page. Do they have anything other than rail and coffee in Ethiopia? No. Do pyramids exist as models? I don't think so. They're around Cairo, right? I forget exactly where the pyramids are. Or like the important ones. I know there's a lot of them. GDP's kind of trending up now, eh? I feel like the Albania thing might just not be employing up. I feel like this is not the first, yeah. This is not the first rodeo. And I guess that's what that's referring to. It's good to now have small colonies everywhere, then trade it for good diplomatic pacts. Yeah, I mean this was you used to be able to trade state before, so it's always it's kind of been good before. I think that they were sourcing some of our stuff. I wish we had an opportunity to renegotiate the exact same thing. They'd be a decent person to have trade privileges on, I think. Well, they don't like the good transfer. How we're at the other end, taking opium, and this is, I think, what we were doing before. We're taking opium and grain. AI seems a little bit more aggressive about canceling some of these things than they were before. There's got to be like some solution here. Generic something that we're supposed to do. To the engines, Jesus. Well, we would like the Hejaz company. So when we fight Egypt, we could just annex Hejaz. Kaffa is also not insane to go after. Because that way we have better frontage in terms of colonization. Oman just gives us so many native interests, though. How are our subjects doing? Persia's not happy with us. Serbia's not happy with us. Egypt's real not happy with us. Was away a while. Did we get Persia? Yeah, we subjugated Persia. We took some land off of Egypt. And now we're just super struggle busing because we don't know what company to put in as our first company, and it's like just hyper unclear. Because everything just kind of steps on another thing's toes. We have a company coming up in Hejaz that is wood, glass, steel, and it can add on iron or coal. And then we have a engine company that I think we want to use because it gives tractors. And then the question is, at the end of that, what do we want? And it gives us prestige prestige engines, which I think is really neat. And I guess we're kind of leaning into maybe doing opium. But that's what we have coming up in terms of tech, so we just don't have a lot of opium ourselves. But we would have a decent chunk of it in Persia. Hey Generalist, on this latest patch, the beginning of the meta is played the same as before, chop chops into construction materials. Yeah. I think that putting down 2 decrees, one for resource industry, one for manufacturing industry, is decent. And to that end, I think iron and tools relativistically to wood have gotten a little bit better, because you generally... Pushing for economies of scale 20 and then 30, I think, is better than it was before. And most countries don't have level 30 logging camps. And so the countries that don't have a higher level logging camp perhaps want to push iron a little bit more, but I'm not entirely sure. Do units get throughput based on innovation, based on economies of scale? Yes. Which is one of the reasons why it's generally pretty good to stack university stall. However, they significantly decreased the total price of labor in universities by cutting the employment by 4/5, and they also decreased the innovation at the same time. But since it's now half and half labor and input goods, it's nowhere near as good as it was before. And when we slot in a bank, this is going to get really expensive for us. Exquisite choice of a GP. Yeah. They actually started major power. Baku oil is so close. Yeah, the thing is, like, we want Baku and then we want... Yeah. Ouch. I wish they gave us an opportunity to renegotiate. Boop. Getting the absolute most from goods transfer possible. Ziderhead, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Biggest nicest. Does it make more sense to spread unis out now? Absolutely, 100%, yeah. A lot more. Because, I don't think that they actually decrease the amount of qualifications you get. So to the extent that spreading them out for qualifications made any sense whatsoever at all previously, or did they? No, this is always given 15% qualifications, right? So, like, spreading them out for qualifications, yeah, one in each state to help with quals. Exactly. Bro, you're deep in debt, so that we're fine. We're chilling. We're chillin', but if we make this treaty with China, we'll be bing chillin'. You know what I mean? They're not about that. Not really not about that either. We will not subvention silk, yeah. That is hella a lot of... that is a real lot of... I just, like... it clicked in my head that that's actually an enormous amount of fabric to buy, that, like, maybe we can't make that work. Wow, everyone is in debt. Crazy. Oh, we can't transfer anything from China. No! We just want to transfer something from China. We're buying stuff from China. Oh no, wait, they're buying stuff and sending it to us. That's not too bad. Okay. I wonder if our trade center is now exporting grain and or... No? Profits still aren't very good. Alright, fair. Do you get tariffs on good transfers? No, you don't. Them starting major powers all fine, but how much stuff you have is basically a GP. I don't know. Spain feels better than Ottomans. Like, by a large margin. I think you would have to call Spain a GP too, then. Building barracks and treaty ports is absurd. Thank you for the idea. It's important if you're doing a super tall run. But really, really good for treaty ports in China. Yeah. We'll also get we'll be much better on the money once we pass per capita. I think that's what we're going for now. Proportional's starting to get more into the money though. We don't want to research this over 10k. We do have this coming on through. Oh, maybe that was silly. There's only 4% stall chance. Surely this is fine for us. It's gonna cost us a lot more bureaucracy, though. And then on a per construction basis, we're a huge fan of trade centers. What percentage do we have on urbanization? 32. I mean, legitimacy, how does USA run? USA has issues because it's a lot harder to... Because the way they have a unique party system that tends to make it two parties, and often legitimacy is a little bit rough for them. Can't form a legitimate government, yeah. Wish you knew when you played Baton. Spain is very much a GP, yeah, very strong. Yeah, but they start out major power. I like, Belgium's also very good. Like, you have to then look at, like, Brazil. Well, okay, so Spain and Ottomans are way far out in front of the next guys. So maybe you could draw the line there, but I also think Ottomans are just so much weaker than, like Prussia, who's probably the weakest GP. That's kind of hard to say though, because Prussia you form North German Fed and then you're not really that weak. But like, you start with like really bad tech, like you just have a lot of dirt, but like. EIC and Qing are both better by like a large margin. When we did 3v3v3, there's like a clear like top 8, and then the question on who's 9th is a little bit more up in the air. But like, I think Belgium's also stronger than the Ottoman Empire. Which I feel like that's not a interpretation most people would like, but... Looking at available, we can get a modernizer here. Primary school interventionism, prop tax, graduated tax. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Is our rural folk even that strong? No, they're not, but I guess we don't like the slaver. So this is a step up. Oh, did we just commit a dum-dum? We might have committed a dum-dum. My brain, like, lagged. No, it's a skill issue, actually. I didn't see the... We had a couple of Republicans. We can't grant leadership because... Interest group's not pressured. He joined this, though. Yeah, okay, they didn't pressure the rural folk yet. That's fair. I guess we go per capita. It feels kind of bad. Or if we have to get off of peasant levies for the Tanzimat, maybe we do that. I don't think we do. No. I forgot we're getting crushed in how expensive our bureaucracy is. Because Tanzimat. I don't know. I never understood this. Is GP and victory set at the threshold for rank-based thing? It's based on... You can pass one of two thresholds. You could be a percentage of the number one GP, or the number one prestige's prestige, or a percentage of the average total prestige. So it's like a double... It's a double qualification. You only... Whichever one's less, you have to get up over... If that makes sense. So it moves, and so one of the ways in which you make it so you can subjugate people easier, for example, is to increase your own prestige so they decay down to minor power by like building a ton of navy. So like this is kind of a world conquest play pattern. Belgium was weak to getting deleted to 3v3, but it's singles better than autos. Yeah. I'm talking more in singles, but like it's vulnerable. But I think it has like way more top end than Ottoman Empire. Belgium feels weird this patch. I have enough pops to employ in my company HQs. They're obviously good, yeah, but they have real issue with pops. Yeah. Feel 1 minute where the movements were seriously OP, and ever since they've been way too easy to ignore and manage. They do kind of feel not too hard to deal with. Sorry, I should have been keeping this going. We've been bolstering this movement for forever. I still don't know what company we're gonna slot in for our first slot. We might just cry and slot in generic wood. That just feels so wrong. Just feels really incorrect. I mean, Russia can't attach to this front unless there's a bug, right? Or I guess they could get access through, like, Nejd or Hejaz. What happens here in terms of who joins? Is Egypt really going to join against us? If Egypt joins against us, we can take the Hejaz. Or if Hejaz joins against us, we can annex Hejaz. Which would be good for us. The problem is we don't want to get sandwiched between Russia and Austria. Like the actual really big problem. Let's rival someone whom I think that we're not going to have to fight in a significant way. And let's improve relations with both of them. I don't think that this really works, but... How the balance patch feels for cheese now? It feels a good bit harder. Good bit harder. There's still definitely some cheese floating around in the punch. But yes, less, yeah. That one you can like self-regulate, like how much you're gonna struggle with it. So they want us to get a defensive pact with Belgium now that we have a rivalry with them. Works in mysterious ways here. Starting to get to the point where we need to use the restroom though, and I don't think we're gonna do like an 8-hour stream, so we're probably gonna wind down pretty soon here. We're probably gonna get to the point where we can slot in a company and then try and make a decision. And then next stream be like, you know what? We made the wrong decision. Italian leadership play. I feel like I don't see this Royal Rumble very often, which is just like kind of a gentleman's-ish 1v1. But here's the thing. We can side in on the side of Austria to reset our relations. Almost certainly this is what we want to do. We're going to let it escalate a little bit more, but this is going to help us out a lot with Austria. I don't think Austria's rivaled us. Now someone might side in because they want to beat us up, but this resets our relations with Austria. So now they're genial. And also, Austria can't side in and play against us. So now, I think that we can just go after Jabal Shammar and just annex them here. And if we have to fight... Austria can join against us? That doesn't seem like that's how that should work. I think that this should be like a line through. Unless they change something. But we can go for Jabal Shammar just to full annex. You know, nicely improve our borders. And then, if... I don't think... Well, I guess we could see if the AI gets access through something likeNej to be able to assign to that front, or if they just can assign to the front because they're cheaters. But in the event that that's not happening, us fighting Russia is, like, not the end of the world. We could just, like, recruit up a whole bunch, and I think just defend, and not put any war goals in on Russia. It's maybe not the sexiest way of approaching it, but if we put in no war goals on Russia, they'll decay out eventually. I think leadership things have -100 in them, so others don't bother. Existential life crisis over companies. I mean, I am shocked that we can't find a company that we like with more unique companies. But really, we just decided to play more unique companies and then play in the absolute worst place for companies. Chat knew when they were doing when they voted against Japan. They're like, you know what? We got him. Dead to rights. We figured this one out. We've put his mind into a puzzle it cannot solve. Hui, hui, hui. Where's your god now, generalist? Type of thing. I think that we want to roll through multiple annexes while we have this kind of situation. Now, Russia can get here, unfortunately. So maybe we should have taken a save before this, but... I don't know. I think we'll just try and fight out a fight with Russia if it comes up here. I think the combination of, like, multi-landings or landings and, like, being able to maybe get some stuff done is, like, gonna be fine enough. Yeah, I think we just don't... We don't put any war goals in on him. Kind of sucks because we like want some of the stuff off them, but I think that that's probably a little bit optimistic. It's probably doable, but it's doable if their landings are silly. God, Russia joined for nothing. I mean, I guess that's fine because we just annex Nej and then we're done. Yeah, okay, fair. Fair is fair. Russia can assign to those fronts, but I don't know if they do. Taro 755, thank you for the follow, big nice. Should have played Harar, clearly. They actually might have better companies down there, I don't know. You were trying to save me, but I had not the heart nor the mind to listen. And now I will suffer the consequences of my own inadequacy. Truly a shameful display. Let's move guys over. Let's put this guy on adamant defense. Russia probably joined for an obligation. That would make a lot of sense, yeah. Or for them to become subject. Nope. They're not in the Russian market. I do want to check, because this may be something worth paying attention to. Yeah, you are correct. Correctamundo. So we do have a little bit of kind of an advantage there. I think this is a relatively quick war. For whatever reason, they don't want to sign on the front. Am I misreading this? Austria's not in here. No, they're not. What is this about? Is Russia on the other side of this? Why is this going on? Did someone give invasion rights to, like, Russia and now they're... What's going on with Austria? They're getting landed by 2 Sicilies. Okay. I mean, they just must have access through Russia, right? Someone else must have access through Russia. Austria has military access. 2 Sicilies is utilizing it. Yo, I got a question. Hey, I got an answer. They joined for the satisfaction of torturing generals. True. The real prize. Did we not move the boats? Where are the boats? Arabia. Okay, perfect. That guy's in the right spot. Oh, bro, dude. I wanted to park him on this side. Oh, that's frustrating. No, I mean, I could have parked him in a node, so, like, that's on me, but it's a little frustrating. Not sure what to make of all that. This is the second time AI Russia's done this. So... looks like we might just get the push through before. And then the white piece. Nice obligation though, bro. Adding an additional level for the ones that we're actually negative on. Okay, and this war's over. Relatively painless. Oh no, we're making it harder to get urbanized. To urbanize Tanzimat. And also the separatist one. And we already finished the separatist one, so we're fine there. We are making it harder to urbanize though. Not way harder, maybe we just cut this out. Kinda was hoping Jaws would join against us. So let's take a look. Don't we have a secondary Tanzimat for taking their stuff? Or do we need to finish like the military one first? Ah, we messed up. We're only supposed to research that to 10k. Alright, Alright, racials have been segregated. Maybe not the best one to get rid of first, but I think it's probably fine. Is Persia your puppet? Yeah. Should I get back to universities with the US as a general rule for great powers? I like to go to 200 construction and then cap economies of scale at university in the capital. I think it's probably still the heuristic, but universities are a lot cheaper than they used to be because they only have 1/5 the employment, but they produce half the innovation, so... maybe it's the heuristics like at 120 construction you do this. Do you have a general guide on what you should do when you play? I have a Spain guide for 1.8 that's probably the most up-to-date version of something like that, which is geared more towards beginners. And it's like it's a sort of playthrough guide where each episode we try and focus on a particular subject, but at the same time we're showing every single thing we do as we play through. I thought you only needed to take your initial claims to get the second round of claims. I don't even know what this is referring to. I'm confused. God, we really want to be able to just drain the investment pool. Actually, could we just pause construction? We just add some construction and then pause it, and then, like, this is better, right? It's not way better. Having some serious money issues. Your military is up because you're in a war still? Oh. You're right. We could just leave this war. Although, kind of into this, huh? Well, Austria's not going to join against us. Don't necessarily want this much military, but... Oh, that's right, you have to land. Okay. Okay. Let's at least stand this one down. And then we can re-raise it if we need to. And then we will get our company. You have the bureaucratic reform. You need to get the bureaucratic reform done. The debuff blows. It does really blow. Let's take a look at that. It's going to help us to do Suez Canal, though, later. Okay, yeah, this is reasonable. Yeah, let's actually just switch to getting off hereditary bureaucrats, I think. It's kind of a similar thing in terms of what we're doing. This is really the best we could do. Holy shit. With a PB. We'll do this. And then we'll change our taxes. Taxes actually probably should have done first. Appointed is not going to be better in the long term. But you're absolutely right, this debuff kind of really does blow. Or, I mean, I don't know exactly what it is in terms of values. I just know it's a lot less bureaucracy and you certainly feel it. Oh, minus tax capacity too, bruh. Do we merge our navies? I guess we kind of have to. Unless a 10er is good enough to get in. Let's see if 10 stack's good enough to get in. And if it is, we don't have to do anything too weird. Otherwise, we're going to have to wait to get our navy around to merge the two navies. Now here's where we cry. This is where the fun begins. We could just not do anything until we get Panama Canal. We could do this and not add coal. Just generic iron, not add coal. God, that seems so bad. At that point, steel add iron. What can we add with this? Tobacco, that's like really not like pushing the needle, I don't think, for us. Yeah, you can add coal and take it away later. Could, yeah. Forestry it is, or opium. Forestry might be the best pick. Just forestry feels bad because we're exchanging rubber for this, kind of. Or, sorry, the prestige good for rubber, which I don't know if that's worth. We maybe could try and figure this out off stream, though, because this is about when we wanted to stop for. And then we can peer through the depths. Could also just go for this. Early, like hyper early. It's just so bad right now because like we have like nothing that uses engines right now. I guess we would corner the engine market pretty easily though, because we would end up exporting a lot of it. But you don't need to add an industry to every company. You'll run out of authority if you do. Yeah. So maybe generic iron then. Or generic coal. Shoot. Well, we could just not add steel to this and just do generic tools. I actually think I like that then. Because we're going to get a steel company. Wood, glass, steel, plus iron. And then we'll have... I think we'll write down generic tools. And then we'll think about it and maybe call it a stream here today. I almost write generic stream instead of generic tools. But we might have to consult some things. Just wait for you to nightmares to decide which company is optimal. It's so much harder to figure out, especially on this mod with like 400 extra companies. But the mod we're playing on is More Unique Companies mod, if you wanted to check it out. It does give you analysis paralysis, if you're into that type of thing. We're kind of into that type of thing. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please feel free to like, comment, subscribe. You know, do the YouTube algorithm thing. Let's see if anyone is on Twitch playing Civic 3. That's kind of a little bit bigger. Been a little bit less enthusiastic about rating the smaller streamers because they're often like not as interactive and stuff like this. But they're also usually super stoked to be getting raids.
Gibt es auch im Englischen. Okay.
Ja, cool. How do we mute that? That guy's in German. Wait, why can't we scroll? Holy hell. Is there no scrolling here? There's just 3 German guys and that's it. 3 German guys and 1 French guy. Alright, fair enough. You got us, Captain. So we're going to be concluding the stream. Thank you for coming out, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed. And you all have a good one. Bye-bye now. And we say goodbye to the Twitch people. Any guide tips for 1.0?